Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here, everybody. I would like to invite you to come and start taking a seat. Find a place. Thank you for coming. We are going to go ahead and get started. A couple of logistical things. If you need interpretation from English to Spanish, could you please raise your hand? Anyone? Looks like we're all covered. Thank you. I also don't want to forget to welcome our online audience. We have about 400 people tuned in live stream, and apparently there's some other platforms that are being used, so thank you so much for tuning in. So my name is Ernesto Mendez. I am a professor of agroecology here at the University of Vermont in the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences, and I'm also the new faculty director of the Institute for Agroecology. I'm very excited to see everyone here today to celebrate the launching of this new institute, as well as many of you are going to get to know and engage some of the international guests that we have invited, and we are very grateful to them for coming to our event. There's about 50 people that have come from Latin America, Africa, Europe, and North America. I always like to start with gratitude, so I wanted to express my gratitude to the Abenaki people in whose unceded land we are now, as well as to the land itself, the rivers, the lakes, and all beings that came before us and are here with us now. I also always like to thank and think of our ancestors, be it our family ancestors, or academic mentors, and others that have come before us. Deep gratitude also goes to the Institute for Agroecology team, who has worked relentlessly for months to organize this event. And you will hear we are about halfway through the forum, so there's been a lot going on in the last 4 days or so. And I would like to ask those members of the UVM team to stand up, please, so we can thank you. Thank you very much for all your hard work. In addition, this event would not have been possible without the generous supports of our donors, whom we also want to acknowledge today. And those include funders from outside and also units from all across the University of Vermont that gave us their financial support and sometimes their moral support. Very much appreciated. Thank you for your trust and support. And finally, thanks are due to the leadership of the University of Vermont, including President Suresh Garamella, Provost Patty Prelock, who's going to be in one of our panels, and especially thanks to Vice President for Research, Kirk Dombrowski. It was because of Kirk's vision that we have had the opportunity to establish this institute. So he came thinking that the University of Vermont could use new ideas set up in this institute mechanisms to support innovative research across the university. We are the first, but there are many others coming. Thank you, Kirk. And with this, I would like to ask you to come over here and say some words. Thank you very much, everybody.
I'm at that age where you change glasses when you change spaces. So thank you, Ernesto. That's really very kind. Welcome. Welcome to the folks online. We've probably got a few hundred people here and a few hundred online. Not bad. 400 online. Not bad. So thank you. First of all, thank you. Because I think we're really trying to center a different kind of discourse at UVM these days. I'm a cultural anthropologist by training, and so you'll hear that come through. This was a good fit for me when Ernesto brought the idea forward. But I think that what else we're trying to do here is to really recenter the university as an impact-driven institution. And the president's strategic vision for the university is called Amplifying Our Impact. And I think placing impact at the center of what we do is really critical in the Office of Research. It's critical in academic affairs. I want to welcome the provost here, who is the driving force behind really an incredible rejuvenation of our service learning, our impact. We have UVM Go, where how many TREC programs, Patty, are we right? I have to like do this to see the front row. 500 students. This is a brand new program, so that even before you come to UVM, you get out with other folks who are coming in to the university, and you work with some of our faculty, some of our distinguished alumni, and we get you out on a project, out in the land, out in a new environment, international, wherever we can make it possible, and then in places that take you to a space that gives you time to think about what you're doing on the planet and what you're going to be doing at the university. And so this kind of really broad recentering is just such a critical part of where we see the future, well, of higher education generally, and really where we see the future of UVM. So having you all here really is a key piece of that, because without you, we don't have that impact. And without people like Ernesto and Martha and Colin and the other members of the team bringing in these sort of impact-driven programs throughout, we wouldn't be able to do what we think we have to do to be a university of tomorrow. So, so this is, I think for me, this is super exciting. The Institute came about through a year-long development process supported by the Provost's office and by my office, where we actually sat down and tried to do what universities often do, which is get something good going, but we tried to do it in a very intentional and deliberate way, and it was not easy. And the team, Martha smiles at me every time. She says, I remember all those meetings. But we pushed, to create something that by the time we got it to the stage where we're unveiling it, it was going to be viable and successful and immediately take its place in the international community as a significant institute. And so we did our building before we started so that we could start already on the way to where we want to be. And our partners at Coventry, we met early and they said, do you know what you're getting yourselves into? And we said yes. And so we're really excited that now that we have something going, we have partners out there who are ready and that we can engage as a grown-up institute. Why agroecology? I think I got asked that about 10 times at dinner last night, right, Martha? And the answer is really that it's just an amazing fit with what already is happening at UVM. This is a different kind of place. This is a different kind of university. Food systems are absolutely at the center of what we've been doing for 200 years, right? We're in a state that is absolutely dedicated to the idea of people getting out on the land and being back on the land. And so small and medium-sized farms, mixed agriculture, regenerative agriculture are all sort of watchwords for Vermont. So agroecology is a no-brainer, both for our focus on the environment, our focus on the future of agricultural viability in real actual places that need to last longer than one season, and really in terms of the social justice work that is intrinsic to programs throughout the campus, and that our team is also a leader in. Outside of the Institute, they play a big role in that circle as well. And so we're really excited to have the new Institute as part of a food systems research network. This is the part that mixes ecology, that mixes in a systemic view, and that mixes in a concern for communities, long-term respect and durability and partnership, and really that emphasis on justice. It's an incredible unit because it already draws from all campuses, colleges all across our campus, College of Agriculture, yes, but drawing from the Rubenstein School of Environment and Natural Resources, draws from our College of Arts and Sciences in a very significant kind of way, pulls in our extension team, which is out in 14 offices across the state, doing already the work on farms that we know we need to do as a leading land-grant institution. So it's comprehensive in its internal vision, and it's comprehensive in its external vision. There are partners here from how many places? 50 you said already, I'll go with that. So, but we count them up really fast. So we're really thrilled that this is an opportunity to bring in an international community focused on these issues and to really help us understand what the mission is and for us to show what we can bring to the table and to learn from all of you what it is that really needs to be done. I mean, we all like to go into these things thinking we know the work, but honestly, at the very root of the kind of methodology of agroecology, this participatory research, is really the engagement that goes in open-minded about what the questions are that the research is trying to solve. As an anthropologist, that was a fairly obvious thing to me, but as a vice president for research in a large research university, it's still a surprisingly rare perspective that we can go into research not knowing what the questions are we're going to be trying to answer. And so having the community here, having an international community here to bring that to the front is really critical. I'll finish soon, I promise. And so this is a really exciting day. There's an online curriculum that's been developed for folks who are watching from at home. There's a 3-day summit involved that's actually going to be a retreat along with this conference to really do some large-scale planning. What else was I going to say? There's going to be visits. I think as a university, we reflect Vermont in so many ways. And, as a university, agroecology reflects what we do in so many ways. And so one of the real treasures of this week is that Colin and Martha and Ernesto put together, it was an opportunity to go and see the places in Vermont where this kind of work, the kind of work that the Institute will support, is already ongoing. And that's Shelburne Farms. It's Bread and Butter Farm, where we were last night. It's some of our extension locations. It's the Intervale, which is a critical piece of the Burlington peri-urban environment for agriculture. So I think situating the conference in Vermont at the same time that we're situating Vermont's participation in the world at large is really essential. And so with that, I want to thank you all for coming on behalf of the president and the provost and all of us who have really pushed this effort from the very beginning. We're thrilled you're here, and we're super excited to launch this new effort. So thanks.
All right, welcome everybody. So nice to see you all here. As you heard, we've been very busy over the last few days in a deep engagement with this place and with each other as people have come and trickled in from different parts of the world to be with us. And now here with all of you, we get a chance to hear about some big ideas, to have debates about food systems transformation and agroecology as a pathway towards that. We're gonna try something here. No, there we go, a QR code. All right, everybody, let's do this. See if we can make this work. So we're really thrilled to have a lot of people from different parts of the world here, but also a lot of people online from different parts of the world. I was taking a look at the registration, and it's amazing where people are plugging in from, including lots of folks from Vermont who aren't able to be in the room, but also lots of people from the international places that we're connected to and that are just interested in hearing about what folks have to say today on the panels. So we have several classes that are Zooming in as a class watching this, which is great. There's about 750 students in 10 different classrooms that have agreed to use our learning and curriculum kit, and so we're kind of plugged into different classes on campus here and around the country and internationally, which is really fun, and we really thank you for joining, all of you folks out there. I'm gonna ask Jessica to come up and help me because this is not my tool. And hopefully it works. Although I will take responsibility if it doesn't work.
Good. Can I leave here? Oops. All right. So we accidentally started on the wrong screen. So we're actually going to go to this one first. So those of you who've been writing about voices that have been missed out in agroecology, leave that for a second, and we'll start on where are you coming from?
Thank you. All right, so folks are going to be adding where they're coming from, and so we'll see what that looks like. Who knows? Wow, somebody's up very late or very early, way over there. That's great. Thank you for joining, everyone. Ernesto reminded me that I should introduce who I am. I'm Colin Anderson. I am the Associate Director for Research for the Institute for Agroecology, a new import into the state. I just moved here 3 weeks ago, and very happy to be here. Okay, as that's populating, I'm just going to allow that to happen. There was There was a question, or Anna, who I'm about to invite out to speak, asked me to talk a little bit about what agroecology means. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to jump back to this in a second. So we spent the morning in a workshop talking about what transformative agroecology looks like and means to different people. We're in constant conversations about that, what it looks like in practice, in science, and in movement, and in debates and dialogues about that. And that's what this really has been about, is an opportunity to co-learn and plan to advance a transformative agroecology. So you can see here, this is the definition that we've developed, and we're probably going to change it after this week because we've been learning a lot. And we're constantly reflecting and trying to adapt how we're thinking and how we're practicing agroecology. So there it is up there. I'm going to let you read it. But now I'm super pleased to invite Anna Lepay up to the stage. Anna is the Executive Director of the Global Alliance for the Future of Food, is a tireless advocate for food systems transformation in the vision of a socially just and sustainable future, and has been a true ally in the beginnings of the Institute for Agroecology, and really appreciate that Anna has come to be here with us and to kick off this day that we have together. So everybody give a hand to welcome Anna up to the stage, please. Off, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks, Colin. I was saying to my friend in the audience, today I might not be the tireless advocate that I like to think of myself as, but slightly tired advocate, because I've been on the road and already so stimulated by everything I've been hearing this morning. So hi, everyone, and hi, everyone beaming in from what looks like all around the world. That's really exciting. It is a huge honor to be here. I feel, and I look out around those who are here for the forum, that we are surrounded by some of the world's leading advocates, researchers, and voices for agroecology. So it's an honor to be among you all today. And as Colin said, my name is Anna Lepay, and I am the relatively new Executive Director of the Global Alliance for the Future of Food. I started on July 17th, so I can say I'm quite new in this role. But I'm not new in this work. I've been working for food systems transformation for about 25 years as a writer, an activist, and most recently as a funder. All my work really thinking about how do we bring greater justice and sustainability across all of our food chains everywhere in the world. At the Global Alliance, we do this as a strategic alliance of foundations, working with partners, including many of you in this room, with a vision of a food system that's grounded in 7 principles. So the principles of a food system that is renewable, resilient, equitable, diverse, healthy, inclusive, and interconnected. So many of the same principles you see represented in the work of agroecology. I'm really aware that today, as we gather here and as you all tune in, wherever you are in the world, that all of us, no matter where we are, really come today here with the specter of the climate crisis all around us. I was just looking at the most recent headlines from the heartbreak in Libya, but also coming here in Burlington. I was just listening to your farmers at Intervale Community Farm talk about what it was like in July to be harvesting food in the morning and then several hours later be kayaking across completely flooded farm fields where everything was lost. So we know the climate crisis is here, it's now. We also know that food systems are driving this crisis. We know that at least 1/3 of all climate pollution comes from how we are organizing our food systems. But we also know food systems are driving a whole bunch of other crises around the world. We know from a 2019 study that global insect declines are happening precipitously, and one of the biggest drivers of those declines are agricultural food systems, particularly monocultures, pesticides, synthetic fertilizer. From a 2019 study, we finally have some numbers about how many people are impacted every year from acute incidents of pesticide poisoning. And the finding was alarming, I think to many of us, that 44% of everybody working with pesticides on average has 44% experience at least one acute pesticide poisoning incident every year. And from numerous studies, we know that the use of agricultural inputs has been tied to certain cancers, infertility, birth defects, neurological disorders, and so much more. So despite this clear evidence of harm, and I haven't even given you all the litany of all the harms we could talk about, we are not moving fast enough to transition to a more sustainable food system. We aren't yet. But I will say, for those of you who know me, you know I am not a pessimist, but you also know that I am not an optimist. I feel like to be pessimistic or to be optimistic claims a certain confidence about the future. And I feel like if anything about this time should teach us, it is that we have no idea what is going to happen next. And from that, for me, comes a deep, profound sense of possibility. So my mother, Frances Moore LePay, who many of you know, who I've worked with all these decades, who's been a lifelong advocate for food systems transformation, she and I like to call ourselves possibilists. I don't think it's a word. I think I had to add it to my personal dictionary in Microsoft Word. But we like to think of ourselves as possibilists. And I certainly feel that today, standing here at such a special occasion, the launch of this incredible new institute. An institute for agroecology at a public land-grant research university in the United States of America, one of the oldest universities in this country, and celebrating this incredible launch feels like this moment of real possibility. You know, to be honest, 5-10 years ago, if you'd told me we would be here today among all of you with hundreds of people tuning in, even a possibilist like me might have been a little bit skeptical, I have to admit. And I remember several years ago talking to my colleague Daniel Moss, who's here, who is a co-director of the Agroecology Fund. We were planning a presentation together about agroecology, and I will confess I was skeptical about using the word here in the United States. And I explained to him I did a little research, and I looked into how many times has this word ever even been used in the New York Times, you know, which some people like to consider the quote-unquote paper of record. Anybody want to guess how many times the word has appeared in the New York Times in the history of the paper? So several dozen. I was like, oh, several dozen. Okay, look into those several dozen, and most of them were either obituaries or wedding announcements of people who worked at centers of agroecology. Dig a little deeper, and most of the rest were just thanks to one person, the former New York Times columnist Mark Bittman, and one of those actually was co-written by Daniel, who's here. But that was it. There had been only 3, and one of them was just recently, but only 3 substantive articles that used the word agroecology to talk about the benefits of this food systems transformation. But I would argue that despite, I've come to change my mind on this use of this, I think, very powerful term, that despite what you could pretty much call radio silence in that so-called paper of record, that I think the word, especially here in the US, the word is so powerful to use. You saw the definition earlier. It really captures, for so many of us, this multifaceted nature of food systems transformation, the importance of really connecting the science, the practice, and the movements together. And I think this is reflected here, there is momentum for agroecology, even here in the United States. And so today, I'm going to take a few more minutes with all of you to share some reflections on that momentum, and then 3 ideas for how to build on that momentum. But first, I want to start with a bit of a scene about agroecology in action. So I want to flash us back to February 2020, so before COVID. It was the last international trip I took before COVID. Little did I know it would be. And some of you were there. It was a learning exchange the Agroecology Fund organized in Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh, India. And part of why we were drawn there was to meet with farmers that were part of community-based natural farming efforts there. Launched in the mid-2000s, the effort was there to help farmers shift away from chemical dependency. And the project had taken off across the region. So one of our days we were there, we went out on field visits, and we got to meet with farmers and hear directly about the benefits that they were already seeing in their communities. They were telling us about already seeing less illness. They were already telling us about incredible biodiversity blooming. On one farm alone, we saw guava and coconut and sesame and mango and jackfruit and sandalwood and groundnuts and bananas and cowpeas, and I will not list them all because I think there was like 150 more things growing. We learned about the peer learning and the hands-on education, and we heard about their fertilizer that they were creating themselves with on-farm ingredients, not from fossil fuel-intensive synthetic fertilizer that farmers have to buy. at absolutely wildly fluctuating prices. We heard about their alternatives to pesticides like neem seed extract. As one farmer told us when she was explaining what it meant to use agroecological principles, she said, "You just need to give a little push and nature does the rest." So I think a question for all of us when we get excited about the potential of agroecology is, how do we build on this momentum? How do we build on the momentum that so many of you here and tuning in are a part of? And so there are many ways to do this, and I'm going to offer 3 today. These are not the only ways, but these are 3 things that I think we need to do more of together. 1, we need to keep challenging the narrative that there is no alternative. So, what is one of the most powerful bludgeons to extinguish a sense of possibility? I would argue it's 4 words. There is no alternative. And we hear this all the time, and this phrase, you know, it harkens back to Margaret Thatcher, who famously coined the phrase to say there is no alternative to her idea of a neoliberal economic paradigm. But we see it in food too. And we really need to work on how do we challenge this mythology that there is no alternative to fossil fuel-dependent agriculture, this mythology that agroecology cannot scale. And I see the work of the Institute, and that so many of you here are doing, is part of a global effort to upend that narrative by showing the possibilities of agroecology. Those farmers that we met in India, they are now part of a massive, publicly funded effort to transform the farming of the state's entire 6 million farmers. Already, they have 630,000 farmers part of the effort. And in July, the organization that I'm a part of, the Global Alliance, helped publish a report on what are we already seeing about the difference this is making in the communities that are engaging with this way of farming. The report found that crop yields are up 11% on average, with much higher crop diversity, and we found 49% increase in income, largely because of a 44% decrease in the costs for fertilizers and pesticides. There is no alternative, really? The community-managed natural farming movement, of course, tells a different story, and so does the work of what so many of you are a part of. And I know from us at the Global Alliance, I've heard from my colleagues how helpful the partnership that we've had with Colin, Ernesta, and Martha at the Institute has been to reports like one we produce called The Politics of Knowledge, Understanding the Evidence for Agroecology, Regenerative Approaches, and Indigenous Foodways, a report that we hope to be part of chipping away at this idea that there is no alternative. So together, we need to continue to document and amplify more stories and more evidence to inoculate people to those 4 words. Second idea, and maybe these are just stating the obvious, but the second idea, we need to move the money. So all around the world, from institutions like this one and to the Alliance, the Global Alliance, we need to work together to shift financial flows for agroecological transition. We know that funding for this kind of food system transformation lags far behind what it should be. Last year, the Global Alliance studied how much climate finance is going to food systems transformation, even though we know that food systems are responsible for about 1/3 of all of climate impacts. Our answer, what we found, less than 3%. And of that climate finance going to food systems transformation, even a smaller percentage is going to the kinds of things that you all are working on here. A recent report out, I think last week, from ActionAid found that since the Paris Agreement, financing to the largest industrial agriculture companies operating in the Global South has totaled more than $370 billion. It is clear that we need to shift subsidizing industrial agriculture towards agroecology. We need to do more of it, and we need to do it as fast as possible. And it is happening. Again, not enough, not yet, but it is happening. Social movements representing hundreds of thousands of farmers around the world who've been practicing agroecology in their communities have also been building community power to advocate for more public resources for this kind of food systems transformation. You'll hear stories today on today's panels from, for instance, the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, one of these networks that are among the many organizations leading the way toward pushing for this kind of funding that we need. Another example, Some of you may be familiar with this relatively new organization called the Agroecology Coalition. It was founded to accelerate support for agroecological transitions. It only launched in September 2021, and already it counts 47 countries as members. Peru, Germany, and Brazil were the latest. The coalition will host a major agroecology donor and investing convener next month to catalyze joint funding pathways for the transformation of food systems. The fact that this convening happening not too long from now, is co-hosted not just by the coalition and by the Agroecology Fund and by our organization, the Global Alliance, but also by Germany's Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, by the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, by the European Commission and others, to me is another signal that this momentum is building, that we know that we need to move the money and move it faster and move it more to this kind of agroecological transition. Okay, third and last strategy, again, might be stating the obvious to those of you who are here, we need to continue to connect the dots across disciplines and movements. And I believe institutes like what is being built here can be one of the powerful avenues to do so, to connecting researchers and movement leaders across disciplines and academic institutions and beyond, especially those working on food systems transitions and those working on transitioning the energy sector. I've been heartened to see these dots being connected more and more. We at the Global Alliance are coming out with a report next month to help draw these food energy nexus connections and elevate where there can be more collaborations. And in connecting these dots, we know that we can help ensure that industrial agriculture inputs, so synthetic fertilizer, petrochemical-based pesticides, but also plastics, do not provide an unchecked escape hatch for the fossil fuel industry. So connecting the dots across disciplines and movements, third strategy that, again, many of you are engaged in. So to bring us back, in closing, to Andhra Pradesh, at the day after these farm visits, we sat in this open-walled, really beautiful conference center, and there was a small discussion about discussing impact measurements for this kind of farming transition. And folks were brainstorming things like soil carbon content and pesticide use reduction and biodiversity assessments and economic modeling. And then someone in the group, really in a friendly way, sort of interrupted the conversation and said, how about we measure this by farmers' smiles? So yes, we are advocating for agroecology, not just as a powerful tool to help avert global crises like the climate crisis or biodiversity collapse, but also to benefit people and communities. I think of the families we met in Andhra Pradesh and the changes that they've already witnessed in their own lives: less illness, better incomes, more resilience, and yes, a whole lot more smiles. 25 years ago, it's hard to believe it was, but 25 years ago, my mother, Frances Moore LePay, and I wrote a book together called Hope's Edge, chronicling movements transforming food systems that inspired our notion of ourselves as possibilists. And so as all of us bolster ourselves for, I recognize, for the hard work ahead, I want to close with a poem from Denise Levertov, who some of you might know. It's a poem that we opened that book with. It's called Beginners. But we have only begun. We have only begun to love the earth. We have only begun to imagine the fullness of life. How could we tire of hope? So much is in bud. How can desire fail? We've only begun to imagine justice and mercy, only begun to envision how it might be to live as siblings with beast and flower, not as oppressors. We've only begun to know the power that is in us if we would join our solitudes in the communion of struggle. So much is unfolding that must complete its gesture. So much is in bud. Indeed, standing here thinking about the launch of this institute, feels like This is really a moment where so much is in bud. It reminds me to hold on to this sense of possibility, the possible world we are yet to create, the possible food systems yet to come. And I see each of you in this room and each of you tuning in, wherever you are in the world, as part of bringing to life the transformation we so need. Transformations we've only begun to dream into being in food systems that work for our planet, our health, and our communities. Transformation that I believe we can help catalyze together. Thank you.
All right, and Anna's heading off to Climate Week, and our event is a part of Climate Week. We're a series of events that are happening across the country and in New York to address the climate crisis, and the agroecology is deeply linked to that struggle. I'm gonna pop this back up, which is the QR code, and so if you're still wanting to do, there's gonna be 3 different opportunities to enter some information. I see a few phones coming up, might not have flashed it. I just want to also mention hi everybody again in the online space. Carlos, Andreas, Amaya, and Scott, colleagues from the Institute for Agroecology, are online and are working to try to answer questions and any kind of share links and things like that from today. A little bit later, we're going to try to bring some questions from people online into this room. And then we also had this handy map that, if all works, we can see where folks are from. Lots of people in Vermont, surprise, surprise. But also, as you can see, in different parts of the world. That's a fun map and a nice tool. And so thanks everybody for doing that. We're gonna advance that slide, which should move us to the next question, and then I'm gonna bring up Martha. So, okay, what are the 3 words that come to your mind when you hear agroecology? So just go on, stick 3 words in, and do that. And I'm gonna welcome up Martha now to introduce the next panel and to move us along in the program. Thank you.
As we are shuffling into place, I'm also going to invite anyone who has empty seats in the middle of their row, if you can slide in so that others can perch on the edge. We have folks who are only able to join for part of the session, and so we want to make sure they can get out if they need to. So good afternoon, everyone. I'll echo the other folks who have said that we are delighted to see this many people gathered here in person and with us online to be in conversation about agroecology. Today, we're hoping to seed the kinds of transformations, both individually and collectively, that will help us to make some profound and necessary shifts within our food system. My name is Martha Caswell, and I'm the Associate Director of Community and Learning at the Institute for Agroecology at the University of Vermont. Amidst seemingly endless political turmoil and armed conflict, around the world, signs of a changing climate are everywhere. There's lots of evidence that we need to be changing course. Here in Vermont, a spring freeze dealt a devastating blow to many fruit producers. In July, as Anna mentioned, rains flooded towns and farms, and the continued rains have pushed the land and many people beyond the limit of what they can absorb. And yet, being pushed to the edge has opened up space for conversations that are desperately needed. It's understandable to feel defeated in the face of all of this. And it's also clear what we need most is to come together, rethinking how we can move forward and adapt to these new conditions. Agroecology is rooted in the traditional ecological knowledge that comes from being of a place. Agroecology honors and centers indigenous wisdom, weaves in the awareness and practical knowledge of those who steward land today, and attempts to understand and document the principles and approaches that underpin resilience and contribute to regeneration. Even as emerging tools and technologies offer new ways forward, agroecology attempts to find openings for multiple types of knowledge to coexist and coalesce. Agroecology has a deep and rich lineage and demands that we rethink what we're doing. It juxtaposes past and future, taking us to the edge of a paradigm shift. We'd like to invite you today to consider what changes are needed and what transformative pathways will get us there. In the words of marine biologist and climate activist Ayanna Elizabeth Johnson, the word transformation has embedded within it the sense of possibility, asking, what are we going to become? So this connects into Anna's possibilist or bread and puppets possibilitarians. Bread and butter is also amazing. Lots of people respond to this idea of the question of what we are going to become with fear and a sense of doom. Ayanna Elizabeth Johnson has written a forthcoming book titled, What If We Get It Right? I love this question. It offers a spark, a stark contrast to the defeatist position that all is already lost, a rejection of the complacent attitude that current realities are the only thing possible in the future. The social, ecological, and political transformation that is at the heart of agroecology requires significant adjustments to the way we frame and think about change. These panelists have been invited to crack things open, to invite new conversations, and to push towards new spaces of thought and action. Today, you're going to hear some visions and proposals that may seem disparate or disconnected, but I invite you to look for underlying complementarity and shared necessities. Where are these theories of change overlapping, and how do they interrelate to one another? I know the following remarks from Georgina Catacora Vargas, Blaine Snipstall, Michelle Pimbert, and Patty Prelock will provoke lots of interesting new ideas in each of us. I'll step aside now and make way for Georgina Catacora Vargas, the president of SOCLA, the Latin American Scientific Society for Agroecology. Welcome, Georgina.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. As Marta mentioned, I am Georgina. I am from Bolivia, and I hold a tenure-track professorship on agroecology at an academic peasant unit at the Bolivian Catholic University. For a number of years, I also worked in policymaking actively in my country, but also at international level in the context of multilateral environmental agreements. I had to negotiate and draft text, and that implies that there is lots of interaction between actors, but also countries. And for this particular session, I was asked to talk about the global North and South relationships. And part of what I'm going to share comes from this experience of dealing in international negotiations and policymaking. I would like to say that I am a strong believer and advocate of change. And because farmers and indigenous peoples have told me that different futures in plural are possible, I am a strong believer of that. However, now I have to put some critical notes in the discussion that we are going to have in this global North-South relationship, which has been historically challenging. What I'm going to share now, it's, of course, a personal reflection. My intention is not to offend anyone, because here we are meeting people, committed people from the global North and the global South. But I would like to share some elements that will be hopefully food for thought. I would like to say that, as all of you know, many of the foodstuff and ingredients that we eat, the clothes that we wear, the means of communication and transportation we use, the entertainment preferences and possibilities that we have, you name it, the energy we consume, And many other aspects are directly or indirectly determined by the North-South relations. And as we know, this started from colonial processes centuries ago, but it has deepened with globalization. So part of the humankind in these global North-South relationships, many times, this global South, North and South relationship brings positive and constructive options, but for an important portion of human beings result in closing down basic possibilities for sustained livelihoods. And this is the case of the global poor, meaning those who are under material poverty with an income below $2.15 per day, according to the World Bank Global Poverty Headcount. For those people, particularly for those people, the relationship between the global North and global South are really crucial to determine their possibilities to fulfill in a fair and a dignifying manner their basic needs. I am going to mention 4 of them that are of particular interest to me, to be honest, but also concern me a lot. But also I want to mention them because they relate directly with food systems and also relate with agroecology because agroecology has the potential to revert those processes. First, I would like to mention biodiversity. Everyone without exception has direct or indirect dependency on biodiversity. But those whose livelihoods are completely interrelated are the ones who depend more on the status and health of biodiversity. Those are peasants, 2,400 million people, small-scale artisanal fishers, 491 million people, 40% of them women, indigenous peoples, 476 million people. So the interrelationship of these groups, just to put an example, with ecosystems and their components are really crucial. I am mentioning this because in this global North-South relationship, there is the notion of implementing pure and strict conservation of biodiversity without considering that all these people that I mentioned and many others use biodiversity. So when we think about biodiversity only in terms of a strict conservation, we are neglecting the sociocultural independencies that local people rely on. It is very, very important to conserve biodiversity. I don't want to be misunderstood. I strongly believe that biodiversity needs to be restored, needs to be conserved, but we need a human rights-based approach that respects the historical rights of those who have been sheltering and have been caring about biodiversity. Mentioning this comes from the urgency, global urgency imposed in the global South to preserve ecosystems without these socioeconomic considerations. And there we have initiatives that have been approved in the global policymaking, like 30 by 30, meaning that by 2030, at least 30% of the terrestrial and inland waters areas and marine and coastal areas need to be preserved. This brings many contradictions, particularly if we think that biological areas intended to, for instance, mitigate carbon emissions, the pledge that countries have been made for this equals to 1 billion hectares. This is equivalent to the global cropland, meaning that we don't have land anymore for pure conservation and not to conserve for carbon mitigation as such. So we need to question all these pledges, we need to question all these commitments, and also to question pure conservation on whose lands. The majority of the answers is in the global South. The second element and aspect I would like to address is pollution and ecosystem degradation. And what I'm going to say perhaps is very strong, but it's a reality. The majority of the global economy relies on externalizing the extractive and polluting industries, including industrial conventional agriculture, to the global South. The cheap and the cheaper agricultural produce, raw materials, devices that are available in the global north are produced at the expense of the air and water pollution, unsafe working conditions, labor exploitation, and degraded ecosystems in the global north. This is a very, very high price that we in the global south, we are paying. In other words, the global south subsidizes big part of the welfare in the global north. And considering this, and what I mentioned before, the pressure on the global south to conserve biodiversity, it becomes really contradictory. And once again, what we need is an approach of conservation based on human rights and also based on historical responsibilities. Degradation is really crucial. And just as example, soil desertification puts under risk between 200 and 500 million pastoralists, according to FAO, and the majority of those are from the global south. So changing the source of the materials and energy that we use and that create pollution, ecosystem degradation is not the solution, because what it's doing is just changing the source of the extractive industry, changing consumption habits in the north, and provide the conditions for fair and dignifying fulfillment of the basic needs in the south are part of transformative change. I'm going to go to a third element, which is another kind of change, which is climate change. And there is also a big gap in the greenhouse gas emissions between the global north and the global south. And here I would like to briefly mention an indicator on per capita carbon dioxide emissions. I don't like to use national indicators because that can be a bit tricky. And just I would like to say that, for instance, Canada emits per person carbon that is almost twice as China, almost 9 times more than India, and 15 times more than Honduras. So who has the responsibility for mitigation and adaptation? It's a question that I would like to pose here. And between 2000 and this year, the climate change caused natural disasters have increased in 134%. This increases the possibility of 80 million people to suffer from hunger due to climate-related events. The fourth aspect that I would like to mention, and the final one, is migration. Migration has multiple sources: economic, environmental, social. And the aspects that I mentioned before are very much related also to migration because they are linked, closely linked to livelihoods. And when they degrade, when biodiversity degrades, ecosystems degrade, they force and they create forced migration. And the World Bank calculates that due to climate change, around 216 million people will be forced to migrate. This means abandoning, among other areas, rural areas, aging the rural areas, and weakening the local food production systems. This has many severe impacts as well. And in this discussion, it's also very important to create the conditions for young generations to be motivated to stay and flourish in the rural areas, because the majority of the migration happens from the global north to from the global south to the global north. This, what I mentioned, is just aspects of these global north and south relationships that actually become symptoms of important structural problems. And addressing the underlying causes of these structural problems is what is going to help us to foster change. And the global north and south relations are not and should not only be driven by unfair processes, as the ones that I mentioned now, but also to build constructive and nourishing processes, and agroecology provides a path. And the institute that we are celebrating today is an example of how those relationships can be positive, can shelter collaboration, co-learning, and particularly to lift up possibilities that are going to heal our ecosystems, heal ourselves as a society, and keep growing together. So the different alternatives are going to be mentioned by the others who are going to follow me. So thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
It's Blaine.
Your next plan, right? Yeah, 1 second.
I can just operate it myself. I just operate it myself. Okay. Sweet. Okay. How y'all doing today? Everyone doing all right? Okay. Well, good afternoon, good morning, depending upon where people are in the world that are watching. My name is Blaine Snipstall. I'm a farmer and a builder out of Maryland. I'm a board member of SAFON, which is the Southeastern African American Farmers Organic Network, as well as a member of the Black Dirt Farm Collective. Most of what I will talk about is not what's documented in your pamphlet in front of you. I'm eclectic, so my mind changes quickly. I'm going to talk a lot about, or tell a story, if you will, regarding agroecology, sort of the Black agrarian experience, showing some of the experiences that we've had recently in Maryland, and then about 6 or 7 points as an offering for the direction of agroecology that's in front of us. And to start it off, I'm not very good with technology, so bear with me here. I want to read this quote from an elder of ours, Gloria Richardson, who was part of SNCC. We had to realize that our own liberation must be tied to the work we are doing. In a nutshell, that is my relationship to agroecology. I cannot be a part of something that isn't also transforming my personal life. My life can't be a part of something that's not being transformed. And these are some images. The one on the far right is from this recent festival that I'll go into, part of our more recent strategies on agroecology. Here's a practical farm practice of agroecology, bringing our chickens through the fields. There's a specific time window in which we can bring them through prior to harvesting. And then above here on the left is our farm at our farmstead called Juniper's Garden in southern Maryland in Brandywine. And before I jump into something heavy, I do actually want to take a moment to give thanks to the sacred. We're all on this rock hurtling through space. And it's an auspicious and sheer marvel that we have very unique conditions for life. And that agroecology is yet another instrument that humans have brought forward to cherish this and to struggle for. And I think that's why all of us are even here, is because at the core, it's something that is worth fighting for. So just want to give a moment to sacred and to the mysteriousness that brings us all together. And also, it's just ridiculous that we're even here. And so that's something to cherish. So we're, as it's been said already, and will be continuing to say, agroecology is very place-based. So I want to bring us to the place where we are, which is the Chesapeake Bay region. We are in a region that is the most biodiverse, rich area in North America. We contain almost the majority of tree species, flora and fauna, lower vertebrae, reptiles. You go down the rabbit hole, and the Chesapeake Bay region is a home for that particular species. It also is the largest estuary body in North America, and it's home to one of the most polluted bodies of water in North America due to the ports, refineries, and other extractive industries that stay along this corridor. We are also in a historic moment. I'm a student of hip hop. We just passed the 50th anniversary of hip hop, so shout out to hip hop. It's a big year. We are also approaching the 30th anniversary of La Via Campesina's gift of food sovereignty to the world, right? That's something that we can't forget about. Since then, the landscape for the food and farm sector has seen many aggressive shifts and changes that she just spoke about, our next colleagues will speak about, I'm sure we've all lived through, especially for farmers in the room and also activists. But with the reemergence and rearticulation of agroecology through the lens of social movements and with the support of key academics like the University of Mont, Colin, Martha, Ernesto, Katia, and others, we have found great many spaces to collaborate, to exchange, to articulate, to expand our cosmovision for what's possible, to understand how to achieve our goals. Within this context, I'm gonna go to the next slide. Within this context, in the US, to our experience in the Southeast US in particular, we've been experiencing what we've called a Black agrarian renaissance. It's been taking place for about 10 to 15 years. This renaissance is part of an agrarian legacy that is grounded in the knowledge of working the land first and foremost, the intergenerational relationships with individual farmers, legacy farmers or so, what we call them, and historic organizations like the Federation, SAFON, and others that are too long to mention. And part of this renaissance has been a rediscovery of the core tenet to the liberation struggle, which is land is power, and through our organization, this power can become real. This renaissance is part of this 400-year legacy in the struggle against the plantation economy. For those who may be new to that term, the plantation economy is the model of agriculture that was derived off the backs of Black folks, that were derived from the land of indigenous folks. That model of agriculture is still the one we are struggling against today. The name has changed, but the characteristics, the tenets, the players are the same. The concentration of land, the exploitation of labor, the decentralization of people, that is all the same. So we are still in this historic fight against this plantation model of agriculture. And as part of this renaissance process and this rearticulation or this re-understanding or reevaluation of ourselves in this historical process is the need for new concepts. And they're not really new concepts, they're new to us, and they're rearticulated with language that are relevant to our experience today. And so for us, we arrived at Afroecology. It's not to replace agroecology, but it's to speak specifically to our cultural context so that it's a rallying cry for folks who may not have connection to our organizations, but can come across this concept that can speak to their cultural experience. Because so crucial to our process is to understand who we are, and how can we be in the midst of this larger struggle that we are up against. And so I'll just read this off the top here. Afroecology is a form of art, movement, practice, and process of social and ecological transformation that involves the reevaluation of our sacred relationships with land, water, air, seeds, and food. It re-recognizes humans as co-creators that are an aspect of the planet's life support systems, values the Afro-Indigenous experience of reality and ways of knowing, cherishes ancestral and communal forms of knowledge, experience, and lifeways that began in Africa and continue throughout the diaspora. And it is rooted in the agrarian traditions, legacies, and struggles of the Black experience in the Americas. This concept, which we landed on roughly 10 years ago to this point, has been instrumental in how we conceive of our organizing methodology. So much of the Black experience in the US, the agrarian experience that we have, is grounded in the legacy farmers that are still toiling the land, if you will, or tilling the land. And so part of our process was to rediscover their seeds, their knowledge, their understandings, and then put them into an organizing process that can galvanize the next generation of producers and organizations that are working within our context. These are some images of some of the events and aspects of our processes. We're very much rooted in culture. There is an elder, Baba Ondundo, who says, without culture, there is no agriculture. Without culture, there's no agriculture. And so much of our process is very much focused on the cultural aspects of bringing folks into the fold that is agroecology, food production, or finding joy in nature to confront these historical traumas that we've experienced as descendants of enslaved Africans. And so key to that is art. Art is life. To farm is to work with a moving canvas. That is the land. And so we celebrate art in the work that we do in community moments. And so this is, kept the time. So these are just some pictures of the way in which we'll introduce art into our encounters, our organizing moments, and things of that nature. Some more pictures here. That's actually my daughter there on the right, enjoying some watermelon. In the middle here, we like to be very intersectional in our relationship to agroecology as a grassroots movement. And so we intersect wellness and health and people's well-being in the midst of moments to study how to produce food in more harmony with the planet, how to understand power systems and organizing, et cetera, et cetera. And so this is called the NAP portal. It was introduced by one of the organizers of an event from this past year where farmers and activists could find a moment to retreat and take a nap or just rest and hang out. Because we're not just training the next generation of producers or organizers, but we're setting the conditions for a future to land. And that has to be holistic and intersectional. This is a brigade we had recently from folks from Boricua, where we live in Maryland, we are in the process of establishing an agrarian corridor. And so there's multiple farms along this shared road. And so during several times of the year, do we have brigades that move through the farms and help build infrastructure, any support essentially that they need. And then there has to be joy, and there has to have fun. Food is life, it is medicine. Medicine is just not something you need when you're ill. It can bring you joy at any moment. And so these enormous watermelons were part of our watermelon festival, where we had a watermelon eating contest. And so there's a child who's not pictured in the yellow here who actually won. They had a fascinating technique where they just sort of just rubbed their face on it. It was quite the thing. And moving on, because we're, as I showed in the picture with the Chesapeake Bay, we're so closely connected to the forest and to water, our conception of agroecology is inclusive of the farm space, but also is expansive to the waterways. How do we bring people into nature in a holistic way? Food production is crucial. I've been doing it for most of my life, but it's not the only part of agriculture. They're not the only way we can live on the planet. And so we found opportunities to bring people out onto the water after saying a prayer, grounding them in the historical experiences of the river, and then had an evening party, because parties are very important. And so the last things I just want to share is just a few points, if that's okay, things I want to offer up for the direction ahead, and sort of a key question. Can agroecology coalesce to provide a clear methodology and vision for the next generation? Can it be clear? That's the question. A key piece that I want to offer up is resiliency as a core organizing methodology or principle for agrarian communities. The process of capital, the process of the plantation economy and violence is pervasive and is all-encompassing. It's been long-standing and it will continue. So the question is, how can we be resilient in the face of these social dynamics and climate change? Establishing and strengthening agrarian territorial processes that are grounded on farms, that turn farms into institutions, and have clear methodologies and alliances to academics, nonprofit organizations, and other community organizations. The third point is to build cross-cultural exchanges on seeds, culture, farm practices, and power. It's not enough to train the next generation on how to produce food the most ecological way. We have to have an understanding of power. We have to have an understanding of how we're going to work in community into the future. A key piece for the broader movement at large is to engage in a broad merging or alliance with the climate justice movement and organizations. The climate justice movement is grounded in the atrocities of what's happening to the planet, to people, but often they lack the grounding in the land and how to care for the land or the analysis that agroecology offers. And so there's opportunity there. And lastly, we need to have more parties. Just saying. And collective moments for celebrations of life, culture on the land, and of joy in nature. So much of what we can do and talk about can be drudgery, can talk about the realities of our existence, but we can't forget life is something to be celebrated and for us to find joy in. And so I just want to end with that we've got to find joy in what we do so that it can bring life back to us as we give life back to it. Thank you.
One moment.
It's okay.
There we are. Is that the right slide?
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and good morning or good night for those who are online. I'd first like to offer my huge thanks to the members of the Institute for Agroecology for this invitation and organizing this fantastic and I think historical event in the context of the USA. Martha's asked me to introduce myself. I'm Michel Pimbert. I'm from Coventry University in the UK. I was till recently the director of the Center for Agroecology, Water and Resilience, which I founded 10 years ago, and I'm now the director of the Institute for Sustainability, Equity and Resilience, in which core the Center for Agroecology sits. So still very much aligned with the center. And I wanted to talk about the need to deepen democracy for agroecological transformations. I think it's noteworthy, thank you, that some governments are calling for a warlike response to the Earth's accelerating social and environmental crisis. But government decisions to mobilize on a warlike footing to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, biodiversity loss, and agricultural pollution will be strongly resisted by powerful actors who currently benefit from the petrochemical agri-regime. So they include the seed and agrochemical companies, the farm machinery and livestock industry, food processing and distribution giants, as well as banks and investment houses. And indeed, I think history shows that governments have faced massive economic disruption and often military coups when their policies threaten the profits and privileges of corporations and the hyper-rich. However, a more hopeful message is that governments can decisively counteract the actions of these powerful actors by mobilizing to expand democracy and citizen participation in policy making. And I would claim that deepening political democracy can help shield governments from the actions of the agri-food industry. And in that context, at least three policy choices are crucial. One, it's ensuring that global food governance continues to be based on multilateral decision-making by governments and not replaced by multi-stakeholder governance structures favored by corporations and financial institutions. On this slide, the World Economic Forum recently led attempts to reconfigure food governments during the UN Food Systems Summit. And the World Economic Forum's explicit intention was to redesign global governance in ways that entrench the corporate sector through market-oriented governance. And the development of multi-stakeholder platforms in food systems is now being encouraged with an explicit agenda to reset governance in the tradition of stakeholder capitalism. And that deepens the concentration of corporate power in every link in the food chain. And yet, this unfolding process of corporate capture is not inevitable. It can still be reversed by governments and citizens faced with the planetary emergency and the need to act in the public interest. Another important area that mustn't stay an elephant in the room anymore, the need to dismantle investment agreements that boost unaccountable corporate power. We're now seeing that if public policy is against their interests, corporations can sue sovereign states for millions of dollars before private international tribunals associated with the International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes. And the freedom to respond to the unfolding planetary crisis requires the creation of alternative international tribunals where governments and citizens can bring corporations to justice when their activities violate social, labor, human, and environmental rights. The third important aspect of political democracy that I want to stress is the need to support a much more inclusive and participatory democracy. It's interesting that a growing number of citizens everywhere who are threatened by the social and environmental crisis created by the current agri-food regime really seek to overturn the current democratic deficit in policy making and governance. And indeed, decentralized and distributed forms of inclusive governance can complement or replace models of representative democracy. And I think this is perhaps the strongest antidote governments and society have against the power of wealthy elites at this critical moment in history. And site-specific agroecological solutions to social and environmental crisis will depend on governments financing recurring citizen-centered deliberative and inclusive processes in municipalities, city neighborhoods, and rural communities. For example, participatory policy processes based on mini-publics such as citizen juries, citizen assemblies, can create safe spaces for people's deliberation, voice, and agency. And there have been already food governance issues that have been deliberated in this way. In South India, in West Africa, citizen assemblies on the governance and priorities of agricultural research. This is a view from South India here. Citizen assemblies on genetically modified organisms and the future of agriculture in Mali, as well as marginalized farmers organized in citizen juries and scenario workshops on food futures in Andhra Pradesh, South India. That shouldn't be there. Okay. But at larger spatial scales, collective action is needed to coordinate local adaptive management and governance across a wide range of agri-food systems and associated landscapes across grasslands, forests, semi-arid areas, peri-urban landscapes, farmlands. So really, to put people at the center of agri-food systems transformations, it's key to decentralize and redistribute power in polycentric and horizontal webs, both in and between territories. And one option is democratic libertarian municipalism, which you speak about in Vermont, I believe, and that involves a network of councils made up of citizens with members or delegates chosen randomly through sortition or elected in face-to-face democratic assemblies. And further valuable insights can be gained from the Zapatista Federation of Autonomous Municipalities in Mexico and the new democratic confederalism that enables ecological regeneration, women's liberation, and inclusive democracy in Kurdish Rojava in Kurdistan. So bottom-up decision-making and decentralized popular assemblies and much more direct face-to-face democracy is really key, in my opinion, for navigating the uncharted territory of massive climate change, biodiversity loss, and unprecedented social inequality. But tackling these threats on a warlike footing implies that people have time and material security to practice the art of participatory democracy. So deepening democracy thus requires expanding economic democracy as well as political democracy. And widespread agroecological transformations and the relocalization of food systems within territories does depend on several mutually supportive changes in the economic realm. And I've just put some of them up here. And I'd like to stress that, that the idea of a guaranteed and unconditional minimum income for all men, women, and genders, a significant drop in time spent in wage work, and a much fairer sharing of work and time between all genders, the strengthening of diverse economies that combine market activities and non-monetary forms of exchange, barter, reciprocity, gift relations, building and supporting an economics that holistically integrates the productive labor with the labor of reproductive care of women and nature. And then wealth distribution measures. Anna Lappe mentioned the need to redirect the money, and here there's a huge opportunity for wealth distribution, closing down tax havens and fiscal paradises, taxing the hyper-rich and corporations as well as financial speculation to free up resources for poor social groups and regions, as well as fund the regeneration of local ecologies and economies. With that, the creation of local alternative currencies to retain wealth within reterritorialized economies, and so on. I've put them there, but this idea of joy, this idea of conviviality, which several of my colleagues referred to, and new indicators that reflect and reinforce these new definitions of well-being, like conviviality, mutual care, frugal abundance, autonomy, and the well-being of nature. So the takeaway message is very simple and very challenging, really, that deepening political and economic democracy needs to be at the heart of the governance architecture of just and sustainable agri-food systems everywhere. And enabling more democracy and citizen participation is really the best antidote governments have against powerful actors who will inevitably defend their interests and the geopolitics of accumulation through dispossession. And more often than not, however, citizen rights to participate in decision-making will have to be claimed through the agency and actions of peoples themselves. This human right is seldom granted by the state, the market, or ruling plutocracies. So agroecological transformations, I submit, may well have to increasingly rely on people collectively developing self-empowered confederations for inclusive democracy from the bottom up, linking territories over regions, and larger scales. And building horizon alliances for mutual aid and federations between spaces for decentralized self-governance can help regenerate society and a much healthier planetary ecology. Those would be my main messages and hopes. And I just want to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Good afternoon to our in-present people in person, and afternoon, morning, evening to our members across the world. I'm Patty Prelock. I'm Provost and Senior Vice President here at the University of Vermont, and as I'm listening to my distinguished colleagues who are deeply rooted in agroecology and Afroecology, in Georgina, Blaine, and Michelle, I'm thinking, what is a speech-language pathologist doing up here? Yet I realized I need to catch up, and in my role as Provost and Senior Vice President and Chief Academic Officer, I have both a personal and a professional responsibility to make sure I truly understand what we're trying to do and how we can make a change, and as we educate our future leaders. So I guess that's where I'm at, and I want to thank my colleagues for really highlighting that this is not just about one discipline, it's combining a variety of disciplinary perspectives to truly understand our food systems, the challenges of unsustainable food systems, and the importance of creating innovative solutions to address those challenges. So I hope to add these perspectives from a health and a health equity lens, because I do bring that to the table as a health professional for over 30 years and the former dean of the College of Nursing and Health Sciences. And I hope to do that in the context of planetary health. So, planetary health, as many of you know, provides a framework that builds on and acknowledges scientific movements in conservation medicine, eco-health, geo-health, and unifying the human, the animal, and environmental health as one health. At the most global level, it recognizes the influence of people on environmental change, whether that be direct or indirect. And it helps us think about our global priorities, or what our global priorities and agenda might be. At a more local level, it considers the environment in the context of social, economic, and cultural influences. It also recognizes, as many of my colleagues have noted, the contributions of traditional and contemporary indigenous knowledge systems that have long understood and taught us much about the interconnectedness between humans and nature. So practices in human health and planetary health present an opportunity to transform the systems and the values that sustain life on this planet, recognizing the interconnectedness of human societies and the biosphere, as Georgina talked about, the need for global solidarity, and Michelle is challenging us to think differently at a democracy level, and large-scale coordination of science-driven solutions and collective action, as Blaine suggested, and that we do it with joy. In preparation for this discussion, I have really pushed my thinking and reading about the ways our food production methods come at an environmental cost, not something that a typical speech-language pathologist might do. But I'm realizing that the environmental cost of our food production methods does create and generate greenhouse gas emissions affecting biodiversity and climate change. Practically, though, I understand we're driven by our food culture, so the issues are complex. As someone who has an ethnicity in Italian, and my ancestors came from Italy and Ireland, food is a huge issue. And from a public health perspective, there's a significant cognitive dissonance for me as a health professional, that we have multiple situations that are really diametrically opposed. For example, we have a population that's overweight with associated diseases, diabetes, cancer, heart disease, depression, anxiety, and then we have a whole population that's malnourished and experience food insecurity. So I was doing my reading, I'm thinking, how is this possible? But that at the root of this, they are interconnected by issues of access of culturally appropriate and nutritious foods. So when I read that 39% of the adult population is overweight, 30% of food produced is not eaten, and 37% of food is wasted, we need to find a way to address the imbalances of our industrial food system, especially focusing on efforts about how our unsustainable food systems affect the health of our most vulnerable communities. Finding a pathway for change that is both aspirational, but I know Blaine would remind us must be practical, is needed. So the Sustainability Development Goals in 2015 provided lots of lofty expectations for change by 2030, but then I read the results and we're not moving very fast on many of them. And those goals went from eradicating poverty and hunger to halt climate change and biodiversity loss, all while creating a peaceful and healthy society. No easy task. The Lancet Commission on Food, Planet, and Health brought together scientists from across the globe and really tried to address the following question: can we feed worldwide people a healthy diet within planetary boundaries? They said the answer was yes, but with the caveat that this cannot be done without transforming our eating habits, improving our food production, and reducing food waste. So 3 critical things we must do: institute a global shift to healthy and culturally appropriate diets, change our agricultural techniques and practices, and reduce food loss and food waste. Easy task? Not really. From a planetary health perspective, a couple of practical actions might be considered, at least from a healthcare professional. Can those of us who have luxury of choice shift our diets to have only 1 red meat a week? Can we supplement our diet with more vegetables, fish, plant-based protein? You know, a planetary health diet provides guidelines for making food choices that can really create an optimal diet for human health and environmental sustainability. Such a diet emphasizes greater consumption of whole grains, fruits, vegetables, nuts, legumes, all these things we know. And meat and dairy are important to our diet, but in a significantly smaller proportion than all these other grains, fruits, vegetables, nuts. So it really does mean a shift in how we think and act, and even from a cultural perspective, whatever your background is, how can we make this work? Beyond just considering what is best for each body in terms of nutrients, this kind of change will require that we reshape our values and norms to focus on a health awareness that is planetary, considering the impact on the environment of the production practices behind the food we select to eat, and also paying attention to the associated food waste that is created. I learned this through COVID-19 when my husband and I decided what we called our COVID garden. We created a garden where we felt, okay, what are the fruit, the vegetables and things that we want to engage? It was not an easy task, especially when you live on a sandy beach. But we figured it out, and now we're getting fruits and vegetables that are extraordinary, taste amazing, and it has changed the way that we cook. Now, we have the ability to do that. Many vulnerable communities do not. So this is going to require really significant collaborations with medicine, marketing, business, policymakers, and a number of other stakeholders. We know organic farming helps, but subsidies to support amplifying those efforts are tiny in comparison to what we invest in more industrial agriculture. We can see that processed food is detrimental to our land and bodies, yet we still like it. We still eat it. In fact, unhealthy diets account for nearly 25% of deaths worldwide. That should catch all of our attention and make clear that we need to make immediate and significant changes. As the Chief Academic Officer here at the University of Vermont, I feel like I have an obligation to ensure we are educating our students so that they have the knowledge and skills to address problems such as biodiversity loss, climate change, unsustainable food systems, and health equities. There are 12 principles that guide planetary health education and really support the engagement of all disciplines, sharing core messages with our students about the importance of planetary health. These principles demonstrate the role of the humanities as well as science, technology, and health in this effort. This guidance suggests that students learn about the linkages between population health and the environment, recognize the urgency and complexity of the issues at a global level, and contribute to policies that improve the health of the population, and learn ways to organize movement for positive change, as our previous speakers have said, both in their local and in their global communities. In addition, these principles suggest a need to communicate about the challenges we face with ideas for solutions, make transdisciplinary connections, and think systematically when offering solutions, as well as understanding the complexities of inequality and inequity, as you see in Principle 7. This principle aligns well with Georgina's discussion of north-south biodiversity, migration inequities, pollution linked to working conditions, and the lived experience as the result of climate change. The Planetary Health Framework also recognizes the economic, political, and social impact of the environment on human health. Education for our students would entail ways to bring governing bodies together to collaborate across populations and regions to address the challenges of planetary health and be prepared for a range of responses to environmental change. This principle speaks to Michelle's discussion of the value and importance of democracy, especially in rural communities. We want our students to see themselves as global citizens who can contribute to changes in the practices and values that guide the community in which they live and learn. Finally, we want our students to understand the historical context for planetary health, as understanding the past can certainly help address the problems of the future. The last two principles, 11 and 12, reinforce the points that Blaine made about the critical need to organize our thinking in the context of resiliency and practical solutions, grounding in our lived experience, creating a just transition to change what we know, and we know that we need to change and make it happen with great joy. So why is this so important to UVM, and what might we be able to contribute? UVM has the good fortune of having an interconnected and interdisciplinary research centers that really are devoted to the environment, climate change, food systems, farming, education for sustainability, and health in the humanities, focused on the well-being of the individual in the context of their family and their community. These centers and institutes demonstrate the synergistic links between human health and the health of our planet. As one example, UVM's recent recognition as an Osher Center for Integrative Health, one of only 11 worldwide, builds on a reputation for being a green campus in a green state and Burlington's distinction as a healthy city. We know that contact with nature benefits patients, like gardening therapy. I can attest, staff integrating plants and nature sounds in break rooms, and the public, community gardens that promote access to green space and fresh foods. There's also growing evidence of the unintended consequences of healthcare on the environment and public health. Healthcare delivery results in large volumes of hazardous, infectious, and pharmaceutical waste, which lead to air and water pollution and are a direct threat to the workers who handle those pollutants and the communities where hazardous waste facilities are located, issues which are linked to our environmental justice focus. Research has also shown that the early integration of palliative care into oncology can reduce the environmental consequences of medical supply chains and waste generation. Likewise, promoting healthy behaviors that prevent diseases like type 2 diabetes positively impact a reduction of pharmaceuticals, thereby minimizing the pharmaceutical pollution of surface waters. Across the globe, the healthcare sector has been slower in reducing its carbon emissions and environmental impact. Recently, though, academic medical centers like our own are changing their focus to integrate environmental and social objectives, including planetary health, into teaching, research, and how the campus is operated. However, students have largely been limited to specific knowledge rooted in Western epistemology with curricula that don't really consider the complex interdependence of ecosystems and human health. We must prepare our healthcare workforce for being conscious of planetary health practices that embed indigenous knowledge. And certainly the COVID-19 pandemic further revealed the crucial relationship between planetary health and the health of all people. At the Osher Center for Integrative Health and their comprehensive pain clinic, they serve patients dealing with daily battles against debilitating backache, arthritis, fibromyalgia, systemic inflammatory conditions, chronic headaches, each of them who have unrelenting pain. For years, they have fought their pain with traditional medical practices, opioid medications, steroid injections, surgeries, bringing short-term relief for some and addiction, depression, and anguish for others, and many times causing negative impacts on the environment. The Osher Center offers patients options for interventions such as yoga, nutrition, mindfulness, massage, acupuncture to help pain management, which is often more effective than traditional approaches. They've designed a series of trainings of evidence-based integrative therapies for their patients. The program really encourages patient self-efficacy and provides tools for coping with pain while measuring health improvements and impact on healthcare spending. Participants attend group meetings and receive therapies with access to a studio for gentle movement, a teaching kitchen for culinary medicine classes, and rooms for massage and acupuncture, Reiki, physical therapy, and substance abuse counseling. Participants complete surveys assessing their pain's intensity and the impacts on daily life, fatigue, sleep, anxiety, ability to socially participate, and really gauge their own compassion, self-confidence, and resilience. Results have led to decreased ER visits, more control over their pain, and decreased drug use. Just what I want to hear, because that has a direct impact on the environment. So how does this all tie into agroecology and food systems? Evidence shows that culinary medicine, which empowers people to care for their health by preparing and eating nutritious food, is a cost-effective way to manage chronic pain. Fiber-rich diets is important to a healthy gut. Plant-based proteins with fibers is ideal and better for the environment. The Osher Center hopes to provide a natural solution to chronic pain through culinary medicine and nature-based activities. It will also give us opportunities to increase access to a diverse population, including offering new ways to cook, to improve well-being, and to address risk factors for non-communicable and chronic diseases. Since most patients don't get information on how to eat or how to prepare healthy food and what food will address their health conditions, this is an important intervention for their health and the health of our planet. So while agroecology is strong in the ecological design of agroecology systems, the production side of food system, the relationship between health and agroecology needs further elaboration and support. Research shows that agroecology has potential to contribute to planetary and human health, providing opportunities for us to engage in meaningful work and connection to nature in ways that have been shown to lead to improved mental and physical health outcomes in a variety of contexts. Contributing to a planetary health perspective encapsulates a view of health that simultaneously incorporates nature, human, and all the planetary connections that sustain life. I'm asking our community to think big, about why we can and should be a leader in creating solutions to planetary problems with our rural and global communities. We have the content knowledge, the educational framework, the clinical expertise, and an equity lens to policy development and implementation that allows us to really punch up and focus on these important issues that we've discussed today. We need to align our work from an interdisciplinarity perspective where that's valued, collaboration is needed, we can learn from our global partners and utilize our resources and investment will have a profound effect. Our next step is to develop some goals that address social, ecological, and political transformation that's needed for our rural and global communities as we build healthy communities, sustainable systems, and resilient environments. I see one of our first goals as fully aligned with seeding justice in global food systems and the larger theme of the Institute for Agroecology to really better understand the interconnections between health, nature, and agroecology. Thank you so much.
So as promised, we took you on a wild ride. And Blaine said very wisely, farming is a moving canvas. So is agroecology. So is trying to organize the perspectives of folks who come at this from very different positionalities. So I just want to thank again all of our guests today, Georgina Catacora Vargas, Blaine Snipstall, Michelle Pimbert, and Patty Prelak. Thank you so much. In between panels, as we're switching, we encourage all y'all to stand up and stretch and move your bodies as well. There's water and other beverages outside.
And as you do, is this on? Oh yeah. As you do that, there will be one more Menti question up on the board. I'll flash the QR code, and you can enter your answer in and have a short stretch. We're not having a break for another hour, so you can have a short stretch, and then we're gonna have a coffee break with maple syrup donuts. No, apple cider donuts. All right, folks, grab a seat, please. We're about to get started. Thank you very much. I just wanted to make mention of a few things. We've had some really great dialogue in the chat online. I gave Carlos Andreas, Amaya, and Scott, I said, you're going to have to monitor the chat and answer questions. And then I checked in there a few minutes ago, and they said, everybody's answering each other's questions, and there's this really great dialogue that's going on there. And I hope we can capture some of that. There was, I was just going to read something out here. We're not going to answer these questions, but some of the things to mention. Chance Benedict said, the choir is listening. The question is how to go about getting the non-choir to begin listening. Moreover, to understand and be receptive to change. Marcelo Soares Souza said, I would like to invite everyone to learn about the 1 Million Voices of Agroecology initiative. And another question from an anonymous participant said, what if citizens' opinions and views are influenced by marketing, lobbying from agro-industry and large players? Does this potentially undermine the value of citizen participation? So these are questions that we can take into the discussions we have at the coffee break and at the reception. And I really welcome you to engage in those debates. I think some of these comments are also in our online space on the social media and so forth, and you can scope that out. There was also a question about the presentations and materials, whether they can be made available to people afterwards, and yes, that is the case. There will be, the materials will be put onto our website, and the recordings will be made available in an email. We're gonna email everybody that registered for the conference, for this global forum, and send that out. But now we're gonna shift into the next panel, and I'm just gonna quickly introduce it. So we often talk about transformations of the global food system as if there's one food system, but we actually have many food systems and many food cultures and many food ways, which means that we can't have one universal solution, but we need a pluriversal view of how we address problems. And we have to understand that and consider that agroecology celebrates and embraces this diversity in contrast to the homogenizing processes of racial capitalism, neocolonialism, and heteropatriarchy, and that the experience of the food system and our foodways are refracted through the prisms of culture, geography, in power, history, economy, as well as wider systems of exclusion and privilege that give benefit to some and marginalize others. So our power and our agency and ability to transform food systems also comes from these positions, while we're differentially affected by them depending on where we come from and who we are. So too is our position really important to acknowledge, celebrate, and to bring together in dialogue, which is in part what we're doing here. And we could see people in the previous panels really locating themselves and speaking from their place and their hearts, which is important. So to this end, we've invited panelists here to speak from their position and their geography and their cultures and their place to understand how we can come together and think about food systems transformation from those various places. I want to make note that we have a pinch hitter, Charles. Unfortunately, Mamadou Goita was unable to come. He wasn't able to secure a visa and had to not join us, which is sad for us because we were really looking forward to hearing from him and having a whole week with him. But we also are very lucky to have the word of Charles, and we're going to hear from his perspective, which is wonderful. We're also really grateful for Laura Riley to be here with us as our guest moderator. Laura is the business of food reporter for the Washington Post. She's previously a food critic at the Tampa Bay Times, San Francisco Chronicle, and the Baltimore Sun. She's authored 4 books, has cooked professionally, and is a graduate of the California Culinary Academy. She's a 3-time James Beard finalist. In 2017, was a Pulitzer finalist. And it's been a pleasure working with her to put on this brilliant panel, and really happy for you all to be here. Thank you. Let's welcome Laura.
Can you hear me? Oh, good. Hey, everybody, and thanks to the previous panelists. That was awesome. Thanks to the people here and those away. And the format of this will be a little bit different. It'll be more of a conversation, and we're going to have some questions perhaps throughout, and then some questions here at the end. So just a very wee bit about me. So I started my life obsessed with food. I was small but hungry, and ended up studying the culinary arts and spent a long time, decades of my life professionally, focused on what was on the plate. And about 7 or 8 years ago, I got distracted by how it got there. And so I started doing a lot more work on food systems, supply chain, food equity, and that kind of transformed my career. I kind of had that horrible imposter syndrome period where I moved from features section to business. And I only bring that up because I feel like one thing I always tell Cub reporters is you have to be willing to say when you don't understand something. And I'm not an agroecologist, and I will say that just in the past 24 hours, there's a lot of jargon and a lot of terms that I'm unfamiliar with, and so I think that I want all of us to feel empowered to raise your hand if you need a little more explication on something one of them have said, if you want them to flesh something out a little bit. If I see a show of hands, it doesn't mean you have to ask a specific question, just if you need a little richer sense of what they're talking about, I would love to facilitate that. So I'm going to allow each of the panelists to spend a couple minutes talking about their own perspective and the work that they do and where they do it. And I think I'd like to start with my friend Charles here.
Thanks very much. My name is Charles Luanga Tumuhe. I come from Uganda. I work for an organization called Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa. The Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa was launched in 2011. It's a broad alliance of civil society actors, and these are part of a struggle for food sovereignty and agroecology in the African continent. These actors include food producers, networks, African civil society organizations, indigenous peoples organizations, faith-based organizations, consumer movements, and international like-minded organizations. So AFSA is a network of networks. A network is a coalition of organizations. So our members are networks of such networks. And we are present in 50 of the 54 African countries. So we have only 4 countries to cover the entire continent. We work with a network of 40 active networks across the continent. And we envision a continent that is developed in harmony with nature, harmonizing traditional knowledge and systems, the people controlling natural resources, but also participating in decisions. So generally, our work is to facilitate the transition to agroecology for both climate action, strengthening farmer-managed seed systems, but also strengthening community voices for land rights and healthy soils, and not forgetting mobilizing citizen support for sustainable food and nutrition systems. I coordinate a project called the Healthy Soils for Healthy Food, which I'll be telling you a little more about. But for now, I must say thank you so much for having me, and I look forward for engaging with my fellow panelists in a very fruitful discussion and share my experiences about issues, food sovereignty and agroecology from the African perspective. Thanks very much.
Wonderful. Jyoti, I would love to hear from you next.
My name is Jyoti Fernandez. I'm a farmer based in Dorset in the UK. And now I don't work so much as a farmer. I started my farm 20 years ago with my family, and now my family and my daughters are working on running the farm themselves now. Well, I work as an advocate. So yeah, for La Via Campesina. When I started my farm, it was very difficult for people to get into farming in the UK, and it still is, to get access to land, to the resources, to the knowledge to be able to begin to farm. And I met many other people trying to return to the land and find ways to live in harmony with the earth, to produce food for their local economy, to do the work that we need to be able to reclaim food as part of a meaningful part of our local way of being. And it was very difficult. And so in order to change that, we formed a union, which was called the Land Workers Alliance, a union for farmers, foresters, and land-based workers, because a union is a way of organizing people to collectively work to change the conditions that you live in. And so we formed a solidarity network. We work together, we laugh, we share each other's struggles, we have a lot of great parties, we come together to share knowledge and skills, but we also work politically to try and change the wider systemic issues that we face with the broken food system and the way that it's so difficult for people to get back connected to the land. And we do that as a part of La Via Campesina, which is an international network of unions all across the planet, representing 200 million peasant farmers and indigenous people, people who are very ecosystem dependent and connected on the front lines of being able to produce our food in a way that works in harmony with nature. And that union is the experience I want to bring to you here. I was at work now as an advocate to try and change agricultural policy in England, but also on an international level with my colleagues all across the world. We have organizations in 182 different countries around the world. It was formed in the 1990s as a way to fight against the globalization of the food economy, against the free trade agreements, the liberalization of all the rules that were there to protect farmers and local economies, to try and find ways to counter the narrative that it's big industrial agriculture that feeds the world, and to bring that message forward. But also, like Michelle was saying in the last things, to actually form the basis of that collective action so that we can create those positive alternatives to deeply adapt to climate change, so that we can actually create a reality that is more just and equitable, more sustainable for future generations, so we work in harmony with the earth, something that's much better, going forward. So I'll bring those examples from La Via Campesina and my work with people all across the UK who are really trying to live that reality of creating the new society we want to see to this panel today.
Thank you for that. Ike, we'd love to hear what you're doing here at UVM.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me out there? How about that? Is that better? Hi, everyone. My name is Ike Leslie. I use they, them pronouns. I'm an extension assistant professor of community development here at the University of Vermont. I'm a sociologist by training, so a lot of what I'll have to talk about today has to do with power relations and oppression and resistance. Most of my work, research, and also my teaching work, which is with the public, centers around bringing a food justice perspective across the food system. And my particular specialty is asking, what does gender and sexuality have to do with it? So what I'm going to be talking about today is what a queer lens brings to any of the various agroecology topics that we're going to be asked about today. So my work, like I said, spans the food system. So I started off by doing studies with queer farmers, and more lately, I've been delving into the issue of LGBTQ+ food insecurity. So audience, just because I'm curious, are there any queer farmers in the room? Oh, there's always one, but that was way more than one. Are there any queer food system workers in the room? All right, a few more. Wow, popular to be farmers. Are there any queer eaters in the room? So what I'm going to be doing today is bringing a queer theoretical lens to these topics, right? And so what does that mean? Well, on the one hand, a queer theoretical lens is for the people who just shouted out. It's for the queer people in the room to draw attention to issues that are typically swept underneath the rug. But it's also for everyone else here who didn't say something, because every person in this room, in one way or another, you got gender, you got sexuality in one way or another. It's something we all experience. Gender and sexuality are relations that each of us are enmeshed in. So a queer lens is not just about focusing on queer people in the food system, but it's also asking what does heteropatriarchy, heteronormativity, cisnormativity, these ideas that we have about gender and sexuality, how does that affect all of the ways that we organize food production and distribution and consumption? A queer lens demands us to pay attention to power and the ways that heteropatriarchy intersects with other oppressions, especially racism. But it also encourages us to pay attention to resistance, right? Queer folks and oppressed folks in general aren't just passive actors bearing the brunt of these oppressive forces, but we resist in our own ways and in our own contexts. So it's particularly important to highlight those. And lastly, I'll mention that outside of my academic work, I'm a queer farmer. I live in Athens, Vermont, which is in southeastern Vermont. I own and operate a farm called Magnetic Fields Farm, which focuses on attracting and sustaining rural queer farm community. And we do that through food production, housing, land access, and events. And the one thing I'll mention about Magnetic Fields at the get-go, just to give you a little taste of what's coming, is it started out as a family farm. I started it with my now ex-husband. So just to get you thinking ahead of some of the themes we'll be talking about today. Thank you very much.
Great. And Katya, we would love to hear from you now.
Gracias, Laura. Bueno, lo primero es que I didn't realize that there was English to Spanish, but no Spanish to English. So I will maybe be shifting, and I'll try. Let me know if I switch and I don't realize it. So, primero que nada, buenas tardes a todas. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to the organizing committee from UVM, and to everyone that's doing the interpreting translation, the graduate students. You have been amazing. Thank you for the invitation. I thought about presenting myself and talking about where I got my PhD, what my research focus was. It is cultural political ecology, by the way. Recognitions, organizations, whatever. But I really want to share with you why I came here and why I said yes when Colleen says, we need a hole to be filled. And it's basically my home. At the end of the day, I want to share with you my home. And my home is the Caribbean Sea, with islands that make up less than 0.2% of the Earth's landmass. And yet, we represent more than 20% of the top 60 climate disasters over the past 2 decades. Hurricanes Irma, Maria, Eta, Iota, and Dorian All were record-breaking hurricanes within 3 years from each other that ripped through the Caribbean, marking a clear before and after in our histories and a generational milestone. Despite the devastation, at each climate conference, the chorus repeats, we need more data, we need to think of the economy, we need more time. The academics talk about adaptation and mitigation. In the Caribbean islands, we have no more time. We have been forced to face climate change with broken economies, sanctions, and austerity measures between sweltering heat, devastating floods, worsening droughts. We just had the worst drought in 500 years in 2015. Biodiversity losses and sea level rise that threatens the very corals and mangroves that protect our coasts and provide nurseries for our fisheries, amidst a crushing debt on top of everything. And we cannot even trade or talk or help each other as neighboring islands. One of the few voices to speak for islands at COP25, President Hilda Heine of the Marshall Islands summarized it best. It's a fight to the death for anyone not prepared to flee the islands. As a nation, we refuse to flee, but we also refuse to die. And who I am is this stubbornness of ours to live. This is my positionality. This is my chosen trench. My position as a system is agroecology. With agroecology, we center nature. We understand the carrying capacity of our region, not water for a food system, but water to sustain life. And through the Agroecology Institute in Puerto Rico, YALA Puerto Rico, over the past 5 years, we've been working to support farmers in their projects as keepers of knowledge, stewards of the land, and visionary scientists. We seek and redistribute resources for farmer-led movements like Boricua, and work towards access to land and right to land. We hold space for diverse agroecology schools, which include queer lenses, include access to land, and include a scientific focus for a generation that didn't have access to the university or to science. And then we seek supplementary income for all our farmers, because we all, every one of us here, owe our farmers and fisher folk, whether they have something to sell to us or not. All of this while underground doing the research to adjust the carrying capacity for our islands, connect with each other again, and documenting the agroecological transition in Puerto Rico, my home country, a colony of the US where we're still fighting for our own right to choose how we live.
Powerful. In a way, Katya was just talking about food sovereignty, and we kind of were thinking about exploring that question within the context of each of their homes. So maybe Charles, would you like to talk a little bit about what food sovereignty means in the work that you do?
Yeah, thanks very much. You know, the concept of food sovereignty originated from the comparison with food security. Initially, we had food security, and that was to do with having access to the food all the time, you know, nutritious food for everyone and that kind of thing. But we got this story from someone who was trying to explain to us that even someone in prison is food secure, but they do not have any power of where the food will come from. They do not have any idea of how this food was processed, how it was cooked, how it was transported. So only having access to food, however good it is not enough. So we believe in Africa that we must return power to the producers. We must return power to the consumers. They must be part of the decisions of how the food should be produced. The consumers must be part of the decision-making processes of how the food they're going to consume is produced, is processed. But also, we believe that there has to be fairness. If me, the producer, I am putting in a certain percentage of my effort. For example, 70% of all the effort needed to produce food is from me, the producer. Why must I only earn 10% of the benefit? So it's around issues of power distribution, benefit sharing, and having control of the resources that are needed to get food on the table. So it's not just having food on the table, but it's questioning the power dynamics of the food. And as I conclude on this, I want to just give a summary. We advocate for, number one, input sovereignty. And input sovereignty is to do with who has control over the seed. And I want to say this, and I'm sure it's been said a number of times, that he who owns the seed owns the food, and he who owns the food owns your health. If a country, like for example Kenya or Zimbabwe or Uganda or Ghana or whatever, is relying on, for example, Canada or the US for their seed, they will only get that seed if there is good diplomatic relationship between the two countries. So seed is becoming a security issue. Seed is becoming a power issue. It's easy to control another country by controlling their seed. It's easy to control decisions happening in another country if you have powers over their seed. So we've seen corporations coming up, with support from their local governments, getting into the system, the agricultural trade systems in a number of African countries through the trade of seed. And that way they are capturing power of those countries. So that's number one, the seed. Number two is the fertilizer. We know our soils, as they are used a number of times, they lose their fertility, and there is a need to replenish. But where are the fertilizers coming from? If there is only one source of fertilizer, and that's the external source, this means that there's going to be no food production in a given season if there are no inflows of this fertilizer. And we saw, for example, when transportation systems broke down during the COVID period, the COVID pandemic, but also of recent during the Russia-Ukraine conflict, a number of countries could not produce food anymore, or they were producing it at a very high cost. We saw production go low. We saw countries going hungry because they cannot access fertilizer, and they cannot make it on their own. So what we are doing as AFSA is to help our farming communities be able to gather materials around themselves and process their own fertilizer, keep their own seed. But also, the number three is issues around the policy, the decision-making processes. So it's three things: input sovereignty, seed sovereignty, fertilizer sovereignty, and talk about the entire technology, farming technology sovereignty, but also getting access to the decision processes. Thanks a lot.
Wonderful. So, Katya, I want to go back to you. You said something very hopeful at lunchtime that I'd love to hear you unpack a little bit about how the community gets fed first, and then kind of what's left gets sold to the rich people, or probably exported to the U.S. So how does that work?
I actually would like, before I get on that, which is important to me to contextualize, that the US is still imposing its policies on the rest of the world. And having a choice is not something that most of us have. I had one slide that I wanted to show you. It's after Maria, the 2017 hurricanes. And currently, the US policy towards a lot of the islands is to have renewable energies, which is all well and good, but then they're planting solar panels throughout hundreds and hundreds of acres within the already limited lands of Puerto Rico. And what's interesting is that the Caribbean itself had already been turned into an appendage of consumption for the United States. So Let's see if maybe it's there. If it's not, it's okay. Oh, there it is, yay, that first slide. And the first slide on this side is an image of the solar panels after the hurricane. And you can see everything, they take away all of the topsoil to plant the solar panels. And as we all know, topsoil is really hard to replace. And right now what's going on is that is driving farmers out directly because whoever owns the land would much rather rent it to a solar panel corporation than they would to a farmer that can afford a very low price for rent. And it's also gentrifying and displacing those around the project as land speculation goes up. So it's actually inhibiting even further our capacity to feed our communities. And the next one over I wanted to talk about because it points to something that someone already said, Georgina, thank you for mentioning it, about how we're conserving biodiversity. The European model of conservation that was imposed on all of us does not take into account that we are part of the biodiverse system that we're protecting. And if we do that, this is a US Federal Reserve. And those are the houses of rich people that were able to build there. And the reason they were able to build there is because they could buy the permits, and the fisher folk that were the ones that protected the mangrove as their nurseries were driven out. So that is the reality of US foreign policy and US, even this actually is considered domestic policy because Puerto Rico is a colony of the US. And I thought it was really interesting, something that the provost mentioned, that we need to change our diet, and that's very true. And the thing that to me gives me a lot of hope is that that happened for Puerto Rico already once. It was violent, and it happened in one generation with Operation Bootstrap. It was the industrialization of our agriculture, the industrialization of our communities, of our economy, and driving people out of the forest and the mangroves for conservation. And all of that experiment failed. And to see it now be exported, then we need more voices like Georgina. We need more voices like Blaine's to make sure, and we need the Institute for Agroecology to bring that to the forefront and make sure that it's driven that this policy didn't work, and it's not gonna work by spreading it worldwide.
So Jyoti, one thing you said over lunch was you were talking about changing people's diets and that it's hard to do that, that it has to come legislatively, that it can't be just kind of dietary guidelines or that kind of thing. So how in the context of the work you do, are you pushing for legislative change that obviously eventually changes people's diets?
Well, I think I'm thinking more in the context of systemic change. So it's legislative, but it's across society in lots of different ways. Partly because it's very difficult, and I see all the time in England, which has been part of a neoliberal economy for a long time, where basic human rights haven't been recognized as a responsibility for government to take forward. And a founding platform of La Via Campesina is the idea of the right to food, that governments around the world have a responsibility to provide for the right to food, so it's not just purely based on the market. That the idea that most of our basic human needs, instead of being provided by access to land or to seeds or to water or to community resources for food or through small farm economies, should actually just be governed by the market and left to the market, the same as housing and all those other sorts of things. And it's become a situation where all the food conferences, when people are talking about how we get people to have healthier diets or to promote organics or you know, a really good quality, high animal welfare food, is something that's very market-based when people have that discussion. And people say, well, we might have to educate people to pay more for their food. It's about consumer awareness. It's about having the right kind of labeling on products. And I find that argument extremely frustrating, because actually it's the responsibility of good governance and a good set of policies to be in place to allow equitable access to healthy food for all. It shouldn't just be a fancy farmer's market food that only those people that can go and afford it can be able to drive in their cars to whatever farm shop it is to be able to buy that food. Those farm shops are fantastic and they're doing their best to earn a living, but it should be that every bit of food that's available should be accessible, high animal welfare, good for the planet, and there for future generations. And that's a responsibility that we have to hold as food citizens, to hold government to account to provide for us. And whatever configuration of policies we need that support farmers to have good livelihoods, to be able to do the right forms of environmentally friendly, high animal welfare farming, to be able to make sure that rent prices and the cost of living is not in disproportion to be able to afford good food. All those things are basic human responsibilities that we have to think about wider systemic change and how we act as food citizens to demand that for everybody rather than basing everything on consumer choice.
So I want to pivot a little bit and talk about access to land, because I think I've heard several of you mention that. And maybe, Ike, we can start with you in terms of how your work enables the queer community to gain access.
Well, I want to start out by thinking a little bit about how we typically access land. And I'm talking about from my own perspective here in the United States, but perhaps some of these trends are worldwide. And how farmers often access land is through the family farm. All right? And I want us to just pause for a moment and think about this family farm concept, because it's something that, very surprisingly to me in our current world, people on the right celebrate, people on the left celebrate. It's celebrated in industrial agriculture, and it's celebrated here amongst agroecology and agroecologists. But what is the family farm, right? The family farm, in my mind, it's one particular way of organizing food production that's based on the farmer's business partner also being their sexual or intimate partner. Who thought that was a good idea to produce food? Right? Like when we think about food security and how important food security is, does it really make sense to base food security on marriages when we know what divorce rates look like? You know, it's funny, but these are the sort of hidden in plain sight things that a queer theoretical lens brings. It says, what are the ways that everyone out there is using these gender and sexual norms of organizing our very basic necessities in life? I also want to briefly bring us back to the history of the family farm, at least in the United States. So there's a fabulous historian and queer theorist named Gabriel Rosenberg at Duke University, who documents the history of the family farm and talks about it as a project of the settler colonial state. Why was the US government at the time interested in promoting family agriculture? Well, in westward expansion, it was a way of seizing indigenous lands and maintaining those lands intergenerationally in white ownership. Many of those families, 5, 6 generations in or whatever, are the same families that me and my colleagues in Extension interact with who say they've been on this land for that many generations. Now, the government used the family farm as a tool of holding and maintaining land, but it also, about 100 years ago, was very cognizant about what gender and sexuality had to do with farm life. So the United States Department of Agriculture, for example, this is one of the examples that Dr. Rosenberg gives us, the USDA started this program called 4-H, which is another beloved program in where I work at UVM Extension. And 4-H is a youth program. And the government started 4-H, Rosenberg tells us, for 2 reasons. One is because it was really difficult to convince farmers to start spraying toxic chemicals on their land and adopt industrial agricultural practices. Like, that was not an inevitability. The government needed to push it. And they thought, well, teaching children is a really good way to do that because they're going to grow up and being the next generation of farmers, and adult farmers are a little harder to, it's harder to change their minds. The other driving factor here was that the US government was concerned, and I'm talking in the 1920s or so, about a declining rural white birth rate. So these 4-H classes, they weren't just about agriculture. They had courtship dances, right? They were about teaching young people about how to be heterosexual, about how to be monogamous, about how, as a man, to be a farmer as a business person, and how, as a woman, your place is not in the field, but your place is in the home, specifically as a home consumer. Women especially were really difficult to convince to stop being farmers. I mean, still around the world, most farmers are women. And much of the numbers that we use today, like with the USDA Ag Census, which only started including gender as an option in 1978, continue to totally undercount women for many different reasons, including that lots of the types of agriculture that women do, like poultry or growing for self-sufficiency and things like that, might not be considered as what it means to be a farmer. So back to this question of land access. So my research is about farm viability, but I'm not an economist. I'm a sociologist. And my approach to studying farm viability highlights 7 key areas that are really important to make a farm economically viable: land, labor, credit, knowledge, health or healthcare, housing, and markets. Land there being number 1. And my research shows that when we organize access to these key resources for farm viability through intimate partnerships, through the family farm, when we organize health access through the family farm, when we organize land access through the family farm, et cetera, it tends to breed certain inequalities. For example, amongst the queer farmers that I work with and have done research with, some of them use this family farm model. I started out that way because it was the only way I could economically swing it. And then my marriage crashed and burned. And with that, my farm crashed and burned. And this is something about the family farm model I want to say. It doesn't just hurt queer folks where the family farm does not fit our chosen way of doing family and of doing farming, but it can also really hurt the economic viability of single people, no matter who you are, interested in farming, but also of coupled, cisgender, heterosexual people. Because well, in my case, when something goes wrong on the farm, it can really affect the personal relationship, and when something in the personal relationship goes wrong, it can really affect the farm. So, I mean, I could talk about this stuff forever, so I'll stop. But I'll just wrap up on saying this idea of the family farm and the way we're organizing land access, I think from a queer perspective, points to some alternative ways of doing that, which hopefully we'll have time to talk about later, but I'll just center us in thinking ahead about what does this idea of the chosen family farm mean.
Can I kind of step in? So I have another image that I wanted to share with you guys. And that image, I don't know how that works, but maybe. Thank you, Marta. And that is what you see there. Those are the shoes of all of us. It was an art exhibit that was done in front of the Capitol in Puerto Rico after Maria. All the shoes of everyone that we lost due to the hurricane. Each one of us that had someone that lost someone took our shoes there and had that exhibit. And thanks to ELDA and the Alliance for Women in Agroecology, in 2018, we were able, a group of us, including Carol Ramos, Annalisa Perez, AIXA, were able to go to Chiapas and visit for the Encounter of Women in Agroecology, activist women who fight and who struggle in the world. And I saw this mural that I fell in love with that said, "Al mal sistema capitalista le decimos," oh no, it's not there. Pooh. So I will read it to you. Let's see if I can find it here. Pero al mal sistema capitalista le decimos, nuestros sueños no caben en sus urnas, tampoco nuestras pesadillas y tampoco nuestros muertos. To the broken capitalist economic system we say, our dreams do not fit in your ballots. Neither do our nightmares, and certainly not our dead. And those are our dead from Maria. And one of the things that we're doing as part of choosing life is based on what Ike was saying about changing the way that we look and structure our farms and our projects. So we looked at having agroecology schools, and we sustain 3 agroecology schools, one with a queer perspective, like I mentioned, one with a scientific perspective, and one that's focused on rural needs. For example, if literacy or basket weaving is the need, that agroecology school focuses on that. So right after Hurricane Fiona last year, we focused on health. We had a lot of scares, farmers ready to commit suicide or farmers ready to get rid out of farming or out of Puerto Rico. So part of that process was, well, the agroecology school is fine, but then they're faced with, if you're not married, if you're not in an X type of relationship, you cannot access land. If you're not inheriting it, you cannot access land. So one of the things that we are working on is specifically a land access campaign that focuses on bringing about different ways of land tenure. And it starts breaking the fact that the land title is what makes you a person or makes you visible in front of the state. And it starts giving a name to each project, a name to each farm, and providing access to that land. And what's beautiful about the project is that each one of those farms that's being anchored is a community work center. And as a community work center, it breaks from the pattern of that heteropatriarchal family that's supported. And those connections are what Laura was talking about that I mentioned at lunch, which is precisely the community eats first. What's left over, we sell to the market, and we sell to the market to those that can afford. And then we redistribute the ganancias, the earnings, the income, yes. So that is also a very strong part of not only anchoring the projects in a space and having that access to land, making sure that we get the resources. So raise the funds to buy the land and make it a collective land tenure type of system. And then on top of that, making sure that we're eating first. And Nelson Alvarez actually summarized it very well. And I loved the people mentioned about changing the food system or how food production is done. And the thing is that the way that our ancestors did it was, he calls it, we planted in thirds. So it was 1/3 for the family, 1/3 for market, and 1/3 for the pests. So 1/3 would be food waste. And that's actually, even with all the industrialization and all the petroleum we're putting in, we're still having 1/3 of food waste. But when we did it for the pests, we were able to then shift and work with the local biodiversity and do the different routines, like cycles of planting. So to us, having land access and stopping the land speculation that's going on due to the corporations is a way to choose life, and it's a way to avoid this. And it's our way to say that no matter what we do, we always have to keep in mind those voices that are no longer here.
So Mamadou, who Charles graciously took the place of today, was talking about the significant problem of land grabs in Mali. So I'd love to hear from Charles about land access and kind of ways to push back against that in the U.S. We've had this, generations of the Pigford trials and the horrible outcome of those, and then even in the current administration, there's very feeble and perhaps misguided attempts to forgive debt for black farmers in the U.S., and it's a complicated question, but how is it where you are?
Yeah, thanks very much. Land, I would say is the most important factor of production. I mean, you cannot farm in the air. Yeah, well, maybe with some technology, but for now in Africa, it's not possible. We are farming on the land, so as we advance the agroecology, the farming agenda, the first question is, where are we going to do this from? So as AFSA, we've been doing a lot of pushback on land grabs, through 2 projects, Women and Land Rights Project in West Africa and Central Africa, but also the Our Land is Our Life project. So for those 2 projects, we've been fighting for the Maasai people in Tanzania. And what's happening in Tanzania, in the Ngorongoro area, there is a company working with the government. I mean, they have lots of government support, and they are saying, please leave this land. We want to use this land for conservation. But this is indigenous land for the Maasai people, for the indigenous community of the Maasai, and they do not have where to go. So we are giving them all the support. We are talking to different actors, different partners, putting out papers, newsletters, articles, going to all sorts of media to campaign, to defend for the Maasai people, so they will be able to retain the land. Yeah, so in other parts of Africa, we are working around inclusive governance structures. Dating back to the colonial histories, we have colonial land laws, colonial land policies that were imported to us that are very unfair. I'll just give you an example. The land title system is pushing so many people out of their lands. Initially, we had our customary land governance system, where land was in charge of the chiefs, the local chiefs, the cultural leaders. Land was communally owned. I mean, everyone had access to the land. Everyone in the community had opportunity to utilize the land. Control was shared. But with the land title system, the control has been shifted to the rich, the elite guys who go to the local authorities, bribe the local authorities, and process what they call land titles. But we found out many of these land titles are fraudulently processed. And we've seen a number of evictions. So we are advocating in Africa for an inclusive governance system where the local people, the indigenous communities, should be given back the powers to decide on how land should be accessed, on how land should be utilized, on how land should be controlled. So that's the other thing we are doing. But also, as I plan to conclude, we are fighting for the other vulnerable groups, not only the indigenous communities in Maasai, Tanzania, but also the women. There's, again, a historical problem in Africa. Women in many families are not part of the inheritance circles. It's usually the male child who becomes the heir, who inherits the family property, who inherits the land. But also looking at the economic status of a woman in Africa, it's lower than the male counterpart. So it's even difficult for them to buy the land. So we are having a project in 5 countries, African countries, working with women. This project is driven by women, and it's helping them, come together, generate ideas, draft policy position papers, and present these position papers to government authorities, to the African Union. We have a very strong working relationship with the African Union, with the Pan-African Parliament, and they are starting to listen to us. We are also working to defend the youth. I am a youth, I am a young person. In Africa, below 35, you're a young person, you're a youth, and I am in that category. But with the difficulties of accessing incomes, it's very difficult, to get hold of land. And we are the majority there in Africa. We are very energetic. We have a lot of energy. I mean, we should be doing a lot in agriculture and agroecology, but accessing land is very, very difficult. So we are also having a lot of work we are doing to enable the young people like myself access land so they can practice agriculture, agroecology. You can never take care of land that you do not have powers on. You can only conserve the land that you have powers on. So if you have threats of eviction, you will never conserve any biodiversity on a piece of land that you think someone is going to push you out the next day. But again, after sorting all issues of access, how do we equitably, how do we sustainably utilize the land? So we are having a project called the Healthy Soil, Healthy Food Project, which is advancing sustainable land management practices. Because land is very scarce, it's difficult to access land, but once you have had it, how do you use it? Are you going to kill every life in there with chemicals, for example? We are saying no, that doesn't work. We have lands that have lost, for example, the microbiodiversity. So we are working to return the microbiodiversity back to the land through assisting farmers, manufacture these materials at farm level, but also advancing farming practices that are very nature friendly. Thanks very much.
So I'd like to open it up for questions in a couple minutes, but I'd love each of the panelists to maybe take 2 minutes and talk about something that they're hopeful or optimistic about. And Jyoti, maybe we'll start with you.
I feel a huge amount of hope that we'll be able to reorder society into something that's so much more exciting than ever before in history. But every single day that's founded on feeling a lot of anger, a lot of pain, a lot of heartbreak. From working, I really work in a lot of spaces where we're trying to get the messages through. I see beautiful things all over the world. My job takes me to the most special ecosystems. I've done solidarity work with the indigenous in the middle of the Amazon and sat in 12 million hectares of land in a circle of the most beautiful houses, dancing with the indigenous people there, and feeling the vibrancy of life at such a frequency that we can hardly experience within modern society. When the insects and the humans and the fact that there's no electricity surrounding you is at such a high frequency. There's a life there, force that is so powerful. It moves the very depths of your soul and your spirit. And when you look at communities working together to fight things, I went and visited the Korean Farmers Union, who is having a gathering of trade unions around the planet to try and think about just transition plans for our future in whatever sector they were in. There were oil and gas workers from Nigeria, people that were working on the Volvo automotive lines in Sweden, there as Via Campesina representing just transition in the farming sector and what we do. And they were all coming together with well-costed plans, with like-for-like, jobs within the industry, putting a price tag and a vision ahead of where we can go to have a sustainable planet that actually provides for all of us in an equitable fashion. When I sit with young people around a fire, we have this festival, the Land Skills Fair, where we bring young people together that want access to land and have jobs that have meaning in their lives. And they sit around the fire all night, sometimes till the dawn, singing song after song after song, not a phone in sight, nothing having to do with having to buy this or that for human happiness. They're just connecting with that real heart spirit. And you just listen to them and you see their faces in the fire and you know that there is absolute hope that if we come together, it's like, the kindest movement in history to transform things and really feel that power inside ourselves. We have the possibility to create something so special, you know, special family units, special ways of organizing ourselves, ways of transforming our spirit and our relationship to nature. All of this is totally possible, and I see it on almost every human being I encounter in some way, that they're moving past the heartbreak, they're moving past all the things that hold us back to create something different. And if we can join those together, I know we have the possibility to transform ourselves to the next level of reality that's beyond anything we've ever imagined. But we have to overcome those obstacles, and we have to work collectively, and we have to work with complete unification and power, and we will do it.
I hate to ask you to follow that, but I'm asking you to follow that.
We're a team up here, it's okay. So there are 3 examples of super queer things that I see hope in that I wanted to share with you. The first I alluded to already, which is chosen family farms rather than blood family farms. And what I want to draw attention to here is in blood family, you don't have much of an opportunity to consent to who you're in relationship with. And chosen family, it's all about ongoing consent, right? Which for that reason, by the way, necessarily makes it a feminist project, and that should be named and centered. When I speak and work with queer farmers, I see many more diverse examples of how queer farmers choose to organize their families and their farms. Part of a queer perspective, which, if I'm not already out there, might put me out there a little further, is questioning what monogamy has to do with it. And I ask you all to think, is monogamy the monoculture of the farm household? So chosen family farms mean that there isn't this sort of heteropatriarchal blueprint for organizing family and farm life, and so sometimes chosen family with a focus on consent can bring us to more cooperative forms of farm organization. The second idea I wanted to share is queer food supply chains. So we don't talk about it very often, but queer folks are disadvantaged at every point of the food supply chain, right? So I just got some numbers here from a recent study I did in New England and found that lesbian, gay, and bisexual New Englanders are twice as likely as heterosexual New Englanders to experience food insufficiency, which is an even more extreme measure of food insecurity than we typically use. Now, transgender New Englanders are 2 to 3 times more likely to experience food insufficiency than cisgender New Englanders. And all of these numbers are compounded by systemic racism in such a way where about 1 in 3 Black transgender people in New England are experiencing food insufficiency right now, which means they didn't have enough to eat just this last week. So that's an undercount, right? Because if you had enough money to eat a month ago but not last week, you wouldn't even be counted in these numbers. So back to the idea of queer food supply chains, there are queer farmers and queer folks in the food systems who are starting to take this idea of queer food sovereignty into their own hands. So one example of that I love is Rocksteady Farm in Millerton, New York, which is a queer farmer cooperative and organizes queer food supply chains to New York City. They have a sliding scale CSA system so that the majority of their CSA recipients at this point are low income, and they deliver to queer health organizations as well. And the last thing I want to say is focus on transnational queer farmer organizing. I think it's really important to center that this whole queer farmer thing is like not a US thing, it's not a white thing. It's emerging all around the world. And in these different organizing spaces that I've observed, there's like just a couple things that are like super queer and I think really good for us to think about. And the first of those is bodily sovereignty. What does it mean to have bodily sovereignty, especially as a farmer, which in my mind includes farm workers? Bodily sovereignty demands labor justice, which is necessarily an anti-capitalist view of the world. chosen family, which I've talked about. It embodies this feminist focus on consent and labor and also household relations, but also a decolonial or anti-colonial focus on land access and ownership. And lastly, queer joy, right? So us queer folks, look, we've always been good at like using celebration and sex and fabulousness in our organizing strategies, which I think is really important when we think about crises like the farmer mental health crisis and what it means to sustain collective action. Thanks.
Charles, I think I want to go back to you and tell us about your fabulousness. What are you excited about?
Thanks a lot. Despite the many challenges and issues that we have discussed today, I see a lot of resilience. I see a lot of innovation in Africa. Communities are very energetic, have a lot of optimism. And I'm very much excited about the growth of the agroecology gospel in Africa. And this gospel is a huge promise to building sustainable food systems. For us, as the Alliance of Food Sovereignty, we believe that if food systems must be transformed, not only in the African continent, but globally, we need to invest in research. We've got to develop our own African solutions. We've got to develop our own local context solutions through research, farmer-led research. The farmer is the researcher, is the data collector, he is the disseminator of the research, and is the consumer of the research, as opposed to the conventional way of doing research, where someone comes from the research organization or from the university with a data collection tool, extract information, and run away with it, and they never come back to the community, publish a paper, put online, and the farmers don't even have smartphones. So we are looking at a kind of research that is empowering the local farming communities, that is culminating into the development, but at the same time, dissemination of farming technologies within the local farming landscapes. Number two, as the Alliance for Food Sovereignty, we believe in raising awareness for the consumers, you, the eaters, because if you do not know, you will continue demanding for the wrong things. If we make you aware, if we alert you, you will demand for the right food. You will demand for healthy food. And before you know it, the unhealthy food, the bad food, what you actually call good food, will lack market. No one will be buying it, and that will be the end of the story. So we are doing a lot of work to develop messages, to develop communication materials, but also to improve the marketing infrastructure. Because after making you aware, there has to be a market facility where you will go and find this good food, where you will go and find this good farm input for your kitchen garden, for your home garden. That's number two. But number three, we believe that food system transformation will happen if we all come together, if we build a movement, a strong movement. The Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa is a movement of 40 networks, like I said before, and we are still recruiting more. So the whole of Africa is going to be one, in one establishment, and we are going to have a very loud voice, and we will resist any kind of wrong narratives. So I want to invite the US, I want to invite other parts of the world to embrace movement building, to embrace networking, to embrace collaboration, to embrace partnership. That's one way we can have collective capacity That's one way we can have synergy, work together and resist anything we believe is against our health, is against our well-being, is against humanity. You know, we've seen a number of selfish ambitions, you know, companies coming to extract profit in the name of helping us, in the name of selling us farm inputs, in the name of selling us food. But this is poison. This is killing us. It's reducing our life dependency. So movement building is a very strong approach we are looking at and we are promoting as the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa. And lastly, it's about policy advocacy. We are working to create an enabling environment because we can say all this, but if there is no favorable regulation, if there are no favorable policies, there's going to be no space, there's going to be no environment where these very nice proposals will be implemented. So we are doing that through establishment of multi-stakeholder platforms. Almost in all countries where we are working, we are mobilizing policy actors to come together and we are agreeing on food system, environmental friendly policies, agroecology-oriented policies. And through this, we believe we are going to influence funding models because that's the other challenge that's affecting the transformation of food systems in Africa. We have funding models that are oriented the wrong way. The monies are going to the wrong side. So we want to redirect the funding models. Money should be brought to the right side. Money should be brought to the healthy food systems. So through our policy work, that is of course informed by research, that is supported by our movement, that is supported by our campaigns we do, we believe we are going to have a transformed Africa. We are going to have a transformed continent. We are going to live in a healthy world where everyone is happy, everyone is thriving. Thanks very much.
So we're going to finish this session out with Katya's thoughts, but I encourage all of you to hunt these guys down during the what I hear is apple cider donuts. Someone said that. If you do have questions, we just don't have quite time for that this afternoon, so you know what they look like. Go find them.
We're going to take a 15-minute break. There are donuts that apparently have apple cider in them. Sounds pretty good. And also other things to drink and taste. So please have a little break out in the hallway and come on back in 15 minutes. Thanks, everybody. Someone who was saying, it's amazing that you're keeping close to time, and I think we're doing a fairly decent job with it. So thanks for your patience around also the questions. There are a lot of really great questions online, and so we'll be taking those in. I know Ernesto, who's the moderator of this panel, plans to bring in some questions from the participants both online and in this space, and this time we're really going to get to it. Lots of people already responded to this, so I just want to kind of frame it up that we often have these meetings and we have these spaces where only some people can be involved in these conversations that affect a lot of people in the world, and so the question is whose voices are left out of these conversations and how can we think about them and bring them into this room? So people have begun to enter some of those ideas into the response to the Mentimeter, and they're up there. You can see them here. You can see immigrants, farmer women, the youth, people lower on the hierarchy, Quebec, minorities, those without transportation, and many more. We'll share these, we'll collect these and share them out when we report back and share the outcomes of this with everybody by email. But with that, I'm going to hand it over to you, Ernesto. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. How's it going? How are you doing? Yeah, you had that donut? You still have time to go get one. Thank you for hanging in there. It's been a long day for some of us, long afternoon for some of you. But I think this panel is going to be very strong, very interesting and meaningful. And it's very meaningful for me because of my own positionality as an academic, as a person that chose to pursue an academic career in a land-grant university. I've been here 17 years. And what we're going to discuss is this notion that universities, and you've heard it in some of the previous panels, are being called upon to be allies of social movements, to do research and education that has impact in communities, that supports people, that supports the health of the planet. Yet, there's also a lot of criticism from within, so we are self-critical, and also outside the academy, that our education, research, and culture has also been part of the problem. That what universities do can also support and lock in the exploitation of people and nature, including in food systems. So in this session, what we want to discuss is if and how we can transform, we can support, we can work from within, we can work from outside, putting some pressure to transform our universities and research institutions in ways that normalize, consolidate, and drive forward participatory, transdisciplinary research that leads to agroecological transformation. So some of the things we were hearing before that are more about broader society, how can we really do our work within the university to support that and do it in an equitable way and do it in a way that listens to other knowledge systems, that respects people, that respects the planet. So I'm greatly honored to moderate this panel of very powerful women, and they are either in the academy or have very deep relationships with it. We, unfortunately, don't have our fourth panelist, Michelle Fine, who's a professor at the City University of New York, couldn't make it. And we are sorry that she's not here. She will be missed. But we do have these three amazing people to have a great conversation with. And we are going to try to have it a little bit more interactive and take comments and questions as we go from you and from the online audience too. So I'm going to do a very brief introduction, just name and affiliation, and then I'm going to ask the panelists to tell you a little bit about their personal story. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Helda Morales. She's a professor of agroecology at El Colegio de la Frontera Sur, or ECOSUR, in San Cristóbal de las Casas in Chiapas, Mexico. Solo decí hola.
Hi. Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes. Next, Dr. Maiwa Montenegro is a professor of environmental studies and agroecology at a place that is very dear to me, my alma mater, the University of California at Santa Cruz. And then we have Dr. Jane Mallon Katie. I'm sorry if I mispronounced her name. The director of the Global Collaboration for Resilient Food Systems program at the McKnight Foundation. Yay, Michelle is here. So Dr. Michelle Fine is a professor at the City University of New York. And Michelle, bear with me because I can't see you. Colin's going to give me hand signals as to when to go. Okay, so we are going to start with each panelist telling us a little bit about themselves, their story, how do they interact with transformative agroecology, and we will just go down the line. Helda, please.
Well, thank you so much, Ernesto, and thank you all of you for still being here. So I wanted to tell you today that I'm the great-granddaughter of Tránsito. Tránsito was forced to be a farmer when she became a widow at a young age, and she had to keep her 6 young children in a very poor land in the western highlands of Guatemala. And I didn't have the chance to meet her, but one of her stories that my grandmother and my great aunts were all the time telling me for sure that influenced what I am today. They told me that Tránsito, once she had to confront the people of her village because a swarm of langostas. Now I forgot how to say it in English. Locusts, arrived and ate the corn. And so everybody was saying, we need to replant the corn. But it was already July with the rain season. And she said, no way. I have observed that when the corn, it could still regrow at the stage where the locusts led them. So let's just keep it like that, because if we plant now, the seeds are going to rotten, and we are not going to be able to harvest anything. And of course, because she was a woman, nobody put attention on her, but she was the only one to harvest that year. So I think that story was so much in my heart and my brain that I became an entomologist, and now I do research in a federal research center in southern Mexico, where I also try to bring traditional knowledge into the discussion, because I know that when we need to work with farmers hand by hand, we know that they have deep knowledge of the land because they have the time, the observation of having a very, very deep observation in their own land. And so when they offered me a position at ECOSUR as a professor 25 years ago, I said, yes, I want to go there, because it was one of the first research institutions that were promoting agroecology, that were doing transdisciplinary research, and also because I was very attracted by the recent movement of the Zapatistas that were promising us that another world is possible. So I conducted research on agroecological pest management for many years, and sadly, we understood that to publish articles, to be working hand by hand with farmers wasn't enough. Unfortunately, we got some support from the federal government to establish this new program on how to scaling out agroecology, because our question was, if agroecology is so cool, as I'm sure that everybody here in the audience thinks, so why it's not in all our plates? So we were able to hire a team of social scientists that wanted to ask also and try to understand that questions. Why is not agroecology everywhere? And with them, we have been able to establish now a master program in agroecology, where we are trying also to reach young students that are already involved with the peasant movements, teachers that are interested on working in agroecology, to come to our master program and help us also to understand how we can scale out agroecology. And our main intention is to form new researchers, new people working in agroecology with a critical mind, but mainly with a big heart and big ears, that will be listeners, that they will be feeling what farmers are feeling, and in that way get more and more involved.
Thank you, Elda. Can we hear from you, Maiwa, please?
Sure. So one of the things that we often do in academia is introduce ourselves by virtue of our departments and our affiliations and our Nobel Prizes. And since I don't have those, I tend to rely on my heritage, which I also appreciate now is also an anti-colonial positioning of myself in the academy. I also typically I've stopped saying I am a researcher, but I work as a researcher to position myself as part of a worker in a labor formation in the political economy of higher ed, which we'll get to later. But my heritage is, I did my PhD on seeds, so I often joke I'm a hybrid seed. I am half Peruvian Quechua and half Dutch, and so I'm partly colonized and partly colonizer as well. But I grew up in the Appalachian Mountains in East Tennessee and went to college not very far from here in Western Massachusetts at Williams, and was very interested at the time in microbiology. I was actually an undergrad plant biology major and wanted to probably go into a pathway of genetic modification because I was understanding at the time that one of the applications of this microbe that I was working on in the lab was to potentially create biofortified crops to feed poor African people with genetically modified bananas and cassava. And I thought, you know, I'm really curious about food insecurity internationally. My father is from a poor peasant family background in Cajamarca, and I really believed at the time, while that was nice and we had our traditional knowledge and I honored that as something to be conserved, I definitely didn't think of it as a strategy for feeding the world sustainably in the future. Nothing in my worldview at the time said that that was scientifically accurate. I was exposed, thanks to a lot of flawed journalism, to the paradigm and researchers behind it that we have to feed the world and double food production by 2050 because of the growing 9 billion. And after graduate school, I was actually so taken with how the media plays a role in shaping narratives and storytelling that I decided to become a journalist. And so I did actually a graduate degree in science journalism, and I spent the next 7 years reporting on and researching environmental systems mainly, and in 2008, 2009, you may recall this, but there was a global food crisis. So I was like picking up the phone, talking to people who were telling me fundamentally different stories of why the food system was failing. And so, for example, I was talking to Nina Fedorov, who was the science advisor for Hillary Clinton at the time, and she was saying, the future is actually localized genetically modified crops. We know how to create better cultivars that can be locally adaptive, and we can marry GMOs with organic production, and that's the way forward. And then Raj Patel was like, no, 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 wait, we have totally enough food. The problem is redistribution, is fundamentally food inequality. I picked up the phone and talked to this guy named Jahi Chappell. I was like, let me tell you about agroecology and read this book called Nature's Matrix. And in the foreword of Nature's Matrix, there's this story of Elda Morales who asked a really interesting question, not what problems with pests do you have, but what kinds of insects do you have? And anyway, my world exploded. I couldn't write anymore. I was paralyzed, and I thought, I think I need to go back to school. So I applied to a bunch of programs really interested in interdisciplinary research, and I wound up at Berkeley in 2011, became a critical social scientist. Somehow that happens when you find a different pot of people, and I now study agroecology mostly from a social science lens, where I'm interested in knowledge politics, which are kind of the frictions and contradictions between the ways of knowing and being that support agroecological transitions. I'm especially interested in the role of indigenous knowledge, but the sizable and towering obstacles they confront with the dominant ordering of things, which are fundamentally rooted in colonial modern ways of thought, but now are institutionalized in corporate power and even in modern university systems. So that's sort of the area that I swim in. We have a wonderful program in agroecology at UC Santa Cruz, but on the side, I also work to support a kind of community of scholar activists. We call ourselves the Agroecology Research Action Collective, and a lot of folks who are here in Vermont this week are parts of ARC, and our intention is to subvert this relationship that Ernesto was talking about earlier, where there's a kind of extractive relationship of academia in general to social movements and to practitioners, where we come. Charles was saying earlier, like, we gather the data, we run away and never come back, and that's deeply problematic. So how do we live into that contradiction, and how do we begin changing systems in order to make our lives viable in academia while contributing to a transformative practice that is led by what social movements want and need. So thank you for having us here today and looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Maiwa. Jane, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good evening, good morning. If you're still online with us, it's really an honor to be on the panel with you all and Ernesto. And also, I look around the room at all the amazing researchers, practitioners, movement people, and many people could be up here with us. So I really hope we get time for conversation. My story about how I came to this work is very personal for me. I grew up on a traditional farm in southern Minnesota. My dad was a farmer, and early on, I really began to see how what we believe to be true is linked to how we generate knowledge. And so my father was an innovative farmer. He was a researcher. I remember him doing research himself, but also with some private companies who actually benefited quite a lot from his research, and he didn't. And then I just thought that's what you do. And he was always very innovative and followed what the university's extension people told farmers to do in the 50s and the 60s. And so started from 40 acres diversified farm and landed with 1,000 acres in 1969, which was pretty big for that time, with monoculture rotation of corn and soy. And the sort of repercussions of that system, people, the gutting of rural Minnesota, actually, 14 schools down to 2, towns growing smaller, lots of health issues, et cetera. I saw it, I lived it, and it didn't seem like, it was off to me. And I was exposed to sort of organics early on in the 70s by some older siblings, and I started thinking, there's got to be a different way than what I see all around me in Faribault County in southern Minnesota. So I became very interested in more ecological approaches to agriculture. Pursued my master's degree in that, and I was very inspired originally by work in Mexico, but then in Brazil. And Paulo Peterson is here from the network ASPTA, which I engaged with early on and learned a lot about agroecology. And when I would come back to do my master's and PhD at the main land-grant institute in Minnesota, in the first phase, people would just say, oh yeah, no, organics don't work. That's not real. Totally devalued across every discipline. And then it got a little bit better as I went back for my PhD, but still no acceptance for agroecological approaches. Agroecology, organic, was growing a little bit. And so I really started thinking also through this time, also inspired by another Paulo Freire, that how we construct knowledge and who we construct it with really helps us imagine what is possible. And I saw that at the university, in general, they were not letting people imagine a reality that was different than a lot of the, the industrial approaches or the colonial approaches that we've heard about today. And I knew that there had to be a different way. And so I dedicated myself to trying to create knowledge in a more horizontal and inclusive way. And currently, I run a research program where we fund farmer-centered and agroecological knowledge in 10 countries. We work a lot with universities. We have many partners in the room here, so it's exciting to see. A lot of leaders from our program are here creating in these 10 countries new methods, tools, frameworks, new ways to engage with others, with different knowledge systems, and valuing those systems. I think also I just want to say it's been really beautiful to see to hear what I've heard today from the guests, and also to see what you're all doing here at Vermont, because you are demonstrating a way that universities need to be different. And the provost, I'll end here, this afternoon, talked about that engaging with faculty, students, and the community, very critical, engaging across disciplines and building healthy communities, sustainable food systems, and resilient environments. And so keep going, UVM.
Thank you, Jane.
Yeah.
Michelle? It is working.
Can you all hear me? Yeah?
Yes.
Oh, well, I'm sorry I'm not there, really sorry. I was teaching at the University of South Africa, where I'm on the faculty, and then I came back and my son and his partner had another grandbaby, and somehow even I just couldn't stretch from South Africa to grandparenting to Vermont. So this is what you get. I'm honored to be a part of this conversation. I think if the University of Vermont is hosting a kind of critical, fragile wedding between universities and agroecology, I'm from the other family, the family that's really been fighting for universities to be more deeply engaged with social movements for what we call epistemic justice, recognizing that knowledge exists in many forms and that the Academy has created what Orlando Falsborda from Columbia called a kind of fake monopoly on knowledge. And as many of my colleagues on the panel suggested, we must begin with an assumption that universities have an obligation to ally ourselves and dedicate resources to movements for justice. Most of my work is with women in prison, women post-prison, schools. I helped found something called the Public Science Project, which is at the Graduate Center at the City University of New York, where we collaborate with movements for justice, whether it's against racist policing or immigration systems that are assaulting communities in New York and New Jersey, or mass incarceration, as those of you from the US at least know, is so much of a racialized industry here. But I also do transnational work. So when I was in South Africa, we were bringing together incarcerated and formerly incarcerated women here with women there to launch research projects about what does freedom mean when you're inside or when you get out. What are the vast, vast differences, obviously, in the experiences of incarcerated folks here and there, but some things, the worst things, travel across, being taken from your children, being sexually assaulted by guards, and never being free, even when you're released. Unfortunately, those carry across. So for 30 years, I've done work to accompany movements, mostly with prisons and schools. Paulo Freire was a friend. When he would come to New York, we would gather often. So I'm deeply influenced by Freire and by Orlando Falsborda from Colombia and by Ignacio Martin Baró from El Salvador, all three deeply committed to no research on us without us. I then spent some time in New Zealand at the Institute for Maori Studies. And again, this is a group that has been historically marginalized, that has a fierce commitment to the fact that universities cannot do colonial extractive research on communities, pull out the knowledge, and misrepresent it. And we all come out now believing that universities have an obligation to honor local knowledge, to redistribute resources, to recognize the validity of local expertise, and never to have the arrogance of believing that we know best what communities need. Having just been to South Africa, I'm just always so humbled by what I don't know. And for those of you who travel internationally and are lucky enough to do work transnationally, in South Africa, you know, in New York, where all people are talking about abolition and decarceration. And in South Africa, they're struggling for more than 2 sanitary napkins a month in prison. So understanding local context, local knowledge, and the beautiful brilliance, even behind bars or on farms or in communities that are under siege by immigration. My work is to sit alongside, sit in conversation with movements, help figure out what kind of research can be of use, whether it's for policy struggles in courts or for local education or for helping people write children's books so children know their own history in their local communities. So the Public Science Project is the space from which I come, bringing commitments and courage and heartbreaks of what it means to try to do this work in the academy. I feel like the public university is worth fighting for and against, but we have an obligation to join arms with struggles, in this case for agroecology. And so that's the point of view I bring to the panel. I'm humbled by the folks on the panel with me. So take it away, Ernesto.
Thank you so much, Michelle. It's amazing that you know Paulo Freire. You knew Paulo Freire. We are big fans, and that's why we were really interested in Michelle's work, because at the Institute, we are really committed to participatory action research, and they do that in a very critical way and keeping this epistemic justice at the forefront. So I want to do a disclaimer. This panel has been co-created by all of us. It's not just by me. And so what we're going to do, I think we're going to be able to pull it off and not take too much time, but I would like to pose a question, and then I'll ask a panelist, and I'll ask the audience to either comment or respond. And we'll try to do a back and forth like that. So that's why we only have 2 questions. They're loaded, though. So we heard from our previous panels about transformation occurring in the fields, in the ground, policy different ways, but not that much as research. So our questions are around that, about is transformation occurring within our universities? How are we seeing it from our own positionalities? What are some of the key challenges that we are facing in this work? This could include epistemic, institutional, structural obstacles, and how might we work together to overcome these? What kinds of organizing and coalition building do we need as academics in the university, or staff or students, in order to support more transformative work? And I would like to start with Maiwa, if you can contribute to this.
So I really appreciate what Michelle just said about the public university being worth fighting for and against. My comments largely build on this. I am at one of the largest public institutions in the US. It's the University of California system. And what has become increasingly clear to me in trying to connect the university as an institution with the world of the agrarian world is that, you know, we spend a lot of time as agroecologists talking about the industrial food system, about how it works to extract value from laborers, it works to exploit land, water, and seed, and to turn all kinds of social and ecological relationships into commodities for the accumulation of profit and the concentration of power. And I would argue that the university system in many ways relies on similar logics of extraction, accumulation, and productivist growth. It has material origins in the dispossession of stolen indigenous land, as we've heard earlier today. It relies on an increasingly precarious labor force, including a variety of lecturers, adjuncts, non-tenured track faculty who teach an extraordinary load of classes. It includes our janitorial staff, our custodial workers, our bus drivers, our food service workers, our mental health care workers, our IT staff. Like, the university actually, we're only a tiny little slice of the labor force that the university consists of and fundamentally depends on. We've got increasingly elaborate public-private partnerships, real estate investments, and licensing of the intellectual property of our research to the private sector. So learning, in some ways, if you look at it like that, the university is a very nice factory, and we are recirculating value through this political economy of higher ed. So the question then is, what does that mean for the hopes and dreams of us as agroecology educators? And I kind of felt this palpably when I was at UC Santa Cruz for my first class ever. I was like starry-eyed and bushy-tailed, running in and trying to teach an undergrad course on sustainable and just transitions in agriculture, and some of my amazing students were not showing up to class, not turning in their assignments. So, you know, taking them aside privately and asking them what was going on, I learned that they were living 5 or 6 people in a 1-bedroom apartment. They were contracting COVID because they couldn't socially distance. I asked, you know, why are you contracting COVID? And they said that they were getting tested, but they were also working night shifts in order to make enough money to pay for rent. So for those of you who aren't aware, the real estate prices, which is very connected to the land prices, which is connected to the agriculture in California, our students are typically rent burdened, meaning they pay upwards of 30% of their incomes in rent, and many of them put this under their signatures, are about 67% rent burdened. So they're repeatedly getting COVID, housing insecurity, food insecurity, the mental erosion, and also the physical trauma that comes from this. This is real, and it's a real material kind of stress that we face amongst the students who we, you know, I believe should be playing an active role in shaping agroecology transitions. And when students aren't able to do that for a variety of structural reasons, you know, that's an impediment. Those are exacerbated yet further, I think, by universities' growing connections to urban gentrification and real estate markets. So there's a beautiful book I would recommend. It's by Devarian Baldwin, called In the Shadow of the Ivory Tower, and he explains that our colleges and our universities are often thought of as these beautiful, shimmering anchor institutions in their cities. In reality, a lot of them play more of a predatorial and extractive relationship, extractive role in relation to their surrounding communities. So he's done a lot of work to show how heavy reliance on urban infrastructures support the university, so they get, you know, access to all of the things, the power, the water, but they pay little or no property taxes. They often don't pay back into the surrounding communities through affordable housing, through affordable health care, through healthy food and clean water, and they also now rely on increasingly skyrocketing tuitions, so they become more like fortress institutions, not accessible to communities of color, working class and poor folks, and they therefore exclude the very types of diverse knowledges and students from a variety of backgrounds that I would argue really agroecology cannot thrive without that diversity of knowledge, as Jane was alluding to earlier. So on the flip side, I was recently really honored to be in a session on transforming universities with the African American Studies scholar Kianga Yamada Taylor. And she reminded us that the more that universities behave like corporations, the more it helps elucidate the university as a work site. And it calls our attention to the variety of the workers that I described earlier. It calls our attention to the microcosm of wider society and the wider political economy that exists, in fact, here right on our own campuses. So I really was sitting with that because I think it kind of offers us a framework for thinking about like both the very tremendous challenges we face is like nothing less than the political economy of higher ed amidst late-stage racial capitalism, but also a tractable way of moving forward and building solidarity with learners and with workers of many positions in our universities and in our campuses. It suggests we can start to share a political analysis with a variety of workers that are on our own campuses. It suggests that we actually need to create structures of shared governance in our universities. My father went to university in San Marcos in Lima, and he explained to me that they had the students had a 1/3 vote in most of the university processes. So we could imagine a world in which there's shared governance about not just curriculum questions, although those are vitally important, but hiring lines, about budgetary outlays, about long-term institutional priorities that chart the future of whom the university serves, and ultimately that we can imagine an interinstitutional and transnational network of these kinds of hubs that, like agroecology, is bound together by a set of collective commitments to transformative change, but is also locally rooted in the experiences of the places where we live and where we work. So that's my vision.
Thank you, Maiwa. So I wanted to invite someone from the audience to see if you have a comment about this. And remember, it was about discussing some of the key challenges, or you could even say possibilities, to do this kind of work that is very supportive of transformation in broader society out from the university. Anybody? I see a hand over there, Colin.
Hi, my name is Julian. I just graduated last semester from CDAE, but I think that, Maiwa, you touched on this a little bit, specifically with the example from your father and the 1/3 vote that students had. But when we're learning about things like agroecology that are rooted in breaking power systems, then the learning environment, I think, shouldn't be a power system in itself. And so as a student through high school and through college, I feel like I've felt failed from the learning system when you sit at a desk and you get lectured at. And if there could be a way, because in that system there's an inherent power structure, the lecturer, and then you sit down and you take notes and you raise your hand. So I think that if we learn about things that are rooted in breaking power structures, such as agroecology, then, I said this, but the learning environment shouldn't be a power structure itself. And so advanced agroecology, where we went to farms, this is a UVM course, we went to farms and it was super interactive. We were able to be curious and be engaged and talk to farmers and get people's views on what agroecology is. Like, that is a great example of I think, breaking down a traditional classroom setting power structure. And it would be great to see more of that. And I hope that this is good to hear from a student for educators. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for contributing. I'm gonna see if anybody else from the panel wants to comment on that one. Jane? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so one of the things that might not be surprising that I'm going to say this, but we need more funding for the kind of thing you described. And there's people in this room that have done research looking at how do we support agricultural research and development at what levels. Michelle, your center did one of those. We had Union for Concerned Scientists. We also had BioVision did a report several years ago called Money Flows. 2 to 15%, except for Switzerland, who might be a bit better, 2 to 15% of dollars flowing to support agricultural research and practice goes to agroecology, and it's really on the lower end. And so, you know, there is the saying, we are what we measure. Well, if we don't make space for asking questions or doing research in a different way or teaching in different ways that are more inclusive, it's going to be hard to, you know, for some to have the evidence, although we know a lot of evidence exists. But we just simply need more funding to support this kind of work. So that's what I would offer to this as well.
I was just going to ask you, Michelle, thank you. I can't see you. Go, please.
Oh, yeah, there she is.
So I want to say universities are, they're like bad part, like they break your heart. But it's, so prepare for the heartbreak. But it would help if, like, funders insisted that the money be shared between the university and the farmers or the community partners or the advocates. If funders and we, as maybe a coalition of community-based research institutions across the global north and south, created a kind of platform that the money should be shared, the credit should be shared, mechanisms for dealing with IRB, which is, of course, about protecting the institution, not really the participants. Insisting that expertise be challenged so that farmers are teaching or formerly incarcerated folks are teaching, so that there's a kind of recognition of a dismantled hierarchy of knowledge. But I guess I'm suggesting that there are some pain points if this were an acupuncture thing. There are places where it shows up, like, you know, universities don't want to pay youth money. They just want to give them, you know, vouchers for food. They don't trust them. They don't want to invest in formerly incarcerated folks. They insist some of this work is advocacy and not science. To all of those questions, I think there are powerful answers, but it would be even more powerful if we had a coalition of institutes across our universities and community-based organizations, but also a platform for what we wish funders would be insistent upon. If funders said you had to share the money with your community partners, I think universities would feel differently about it than when we say we want to give money to these organizations, and they're like, no, 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 that's our money. So I think there are pressure points, but I think we're stronger if we have a coalition of universities from Mexico and Brazil and South Africa and the United States. Done.
Thank you, Michelle. I think we're going to take one more for this topic. Colin from online.
Check, yep. All right, so from Mark Frudenberger, he said, how do faculty of agroecology deal with academic colleagues who do not ascribe to this field? It must be lonely.
So how do we interact with people that are not agroecologists?
Well, at Santa Cruz, we have a pretty long tradition, as Ernesto knows, of having faculty who are, they've drunk the Kool-Aid, right? So this is not a problem in some departments. What is really exciting to me is that there's also a growing cohort of students going into fields like critical race and ethnic studies and feminist studies. In fact, our CRES program was recently upgraded to a department, which gives a lot more cachet and resources institutionally, and I would love to build those bridges between them, because I think, as someone was saying this morning related to the climate justice movement, there's a lot of analysis of problems to do with coloniality, with race, with racialization, with capitalism, and not a lot of groundedness in material relations to land. It was Blaine, and the reproductions of land and power that is built through land. So I can see, it's not like faculty don't get it and I need to go and convert them, but to have those bridges be built between other humanities, social sciences, the arts, and a department that is still largely based in ecology, and make those connections in terms of curriculum, in terms of students that are flowing through our classes, because the students, I think they get it, and they just, those points and dots will make sense as long as we support their connectivity. So that's what I'm excited about right now.
That's great. So we're going to move, and then hopefully at the end, because thank you so much to the panelists. They've kept the time great. We're doing great on time. So I think we're going to have time for more interaction with the audience at the end, open. But I want to go to our second question, and I'm going to ask Elda to go first. And the second question is, what are we doing from our universities to transform the food systems? So this is a direct action, like how is what we do here really has an action component to transformation, changes in ourselves, the curricula, the administrators, and beyond. What is important to keep in mind in our quest to transform our universities and not only reform them, especially when we are seeing some that are increasingly capitalist or corporate?
Yeah, so when we want to transform agroecology or talk about a real transformative agroecology, we think that the world is against us. We realize that capitalism is, of course, part of the problem. Patriarchy is another part of the problem. But I think that we also need to see to our own belly buttons and see what do we need to change in our own ground. I think that in order to transformative agroecology to advance, of course that we need interdisciplinary research, transdisciplinary research, but that's very easy to say and not so easy to practice. I'm in an institution where we are proud to say that since the 70s, when the institution was created as a small research center where nobody wanted to live in those days because it was not Mexico City, and we still have like that in our label, and we attract students because we promise that we are an interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary institution. But to do it so is difficult. And it's difficult because the professors that work there haven't been trained to do it so, because we have big egos, because we don't listen to each other. So we need also to start, in order to do interdisciplinary research, in order to do transdisciplinary research, in order to teach how to do it, first we need to make big changes in ourselves. So at ECOSUR, we are working on that. Little by little, the faculty participate in the Masificación group, the Scaling Out Agroecology research team. We are taking now nonviolent communication workshops. We are trying to learn how to do conflict resolutions. Of course, that is very hard to learn, but we are trying. And we are also in our programs, in the master program on agroecology, and also in the doctoral national program that we had just designed. We are trying to give the foundations to these new people to not suffer and not be as stupid and stubborn as we are. But the difficulties is that we want to teach ecology, we want to teach political science, we want to teach agroecology as a movement, as a practice, and also on personal transformation. So I don't know yet how we are going to put all these hours in the curricula, but we are trying. And also, we need to think that many of the things that we want to transform in our institutions are not happening because we are not giving the example on how to do it. Transformative agroecology means to be able to have dialogue with different kind of knowledges. And how can we do that? It mostly, like 70% of the faculty are men. There are mestizo men. That we don't have in our faculty any indigenous people. And the women that are working there are many times suffering harassment or are told to shut up because they speak too much. So we need to create a feminist academia in order to advance agroecology. And we need to be taking care of us on how we are feeling, on how to accept, of course, differences in our point of views, but without to being abusing or without diminishing other people's ideas. So that also comes again to a very deep of personal transformation, because we cannot advance agroecology if we keep just criticizing each other in a rude way. And I think that that's also one of the reasons why we're stuck. Because in a sense, we are the ones that we want to push critical thinking, and because we are so critical, then we don't accept our peers' ideas. And I remember when I met Ernesto in the year 2000, he was still a grad student in Santa Cruz, and I had just taken my position at the COSUR. And we were talking that it was so sad that our mentors, the people in academia that were pushing agroecology, didn't collaborate among each other. And I don't know if you remember that conversation, Ernesto, but you told me, but us, the new generation, the sons of those people, we are going to make a difference because we are going to be friends. And here he is, inviting all us over to spend time together and trying to do the work. As the Zapatista said, yeah, another word is possible. And I think that another word is possible because of people like Ernesto that are, of course, that are great professors, great researchers, but mainly they are great personas. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Elda. That was touching. Thank you very much. And again, this panel is just rocking it with the time, so we can now take another comment or question from the audience.
And I saw it was back here. I know, there's lots of hands, lots of people. Sorry.
We could do a couple call-in if you want, so they don't get mad at you.
Hello. One of the ideas and the images that I've been thinking about a lot is this is a moving canvas. Agroecology as a moving canvas and our land as a moving canvas. And getting really comfortable with really radically different ways of doing things we've taken for granted for a while. And I'm wondering if we can apply the same logic to where we learn. I've been working with a group of really amazing people for a while who have been trying to build alternative networks for education. And I'm wondering what it would look like if we built communities of learning that happened elsewhere. I guess what benefit does university-specific education offer? And what benefit do we get when we take it somewhere else? What else could we build?
Michelle, would you like to take that one?
Yeah, I guess I want to challenge the binary. I think we are engaging here in imagining education beyond schooling. Someone talked about learning on farms. Someone talked about learning with grandparents walking in forests. I think the instinct that you bring is right, that we need to imagine multiple places and forms of knowledge. I guess my worry is I'm not prepared to relinquish the public university, which is one of the few collective projects left in this country. Libraries are under attack, public schools are under attack, universities are under attack. Again, having been in South Africa and seeing the power of locally engaged university conversations, most of them online, and some of them in community, in movements, in agriculture, in local traditions. So I don't think it's either or, but I think there are a bunch of dark money folks who'd be very happy for us to do away with public universities and just, unschool higher ed. So I'm kind of stubborn about that. Other than that, if we can still have universities, I'm warm open, I'm with you. I think we need to imagine who's teaching, what's being taught, what constitutes pedagogy, what do we do with experience, to whom are we accountable? I did this session, when I teach or facilitate, I ask people to write letters of accountability. To whom is your research accountable? And we did it with some of the folks from the Institute of Agroecology and some of the participants at a prior event. Some wrote letters to a river that was now polluted. When I was at Highlander, people wrote letters of accountability to mountaintops that had been removed. So
Maiwa? We have time, yeah.
So I think in the framing of your question, you had a really interesting provocation about how do we go beyond reform to transformation. And in another parallel to food systems work, I think we're pretty familiar that we have kind of an assault of climate smart and precision and sustainable intensification approaches that that are reformist in their approach, and we make a contrast because agroecology differs from them in demanding fundamental changes in relations of power, while those are mostly technical changes requiring efficiency. And with that in mind, I think similarly, fundamental changes in transformative universities would also be grounded in a similar set of systemic commitments about asking for changes in the relations of power, while recognizing, of course, that universities have histories and they've been historically complicit in, as I mentioned before, indigenous dispossession, the elaboration of green revolution science globally, and continued locking in of a kind of hierarchy of knowledge production. You can even see it when you walk around campuses and you see the different styles of buildings and how much money goes into one section of campus versus another, that also consolidates prevailing concepts of race and race-class difference. So I've been thinking about this question a lot, and borrowing from a decolonial researcher named Sharon Stein, I was thinking about 3 different layers of changes or steps that we can take to transform universities. And at the methods level, methodological level, so we can ask questions like, how do we increase recruitment and retention of students who are coming into our amazing new programs for agroecology and food sovereignty? How do we grow enrollments to justify the demand for further funding? What are possible sources of revenue that don't tie us to the apron strings of, like, the Gates Foundation, for example? What critical food system competencies do college graduates need to thrive in the current workforce? How will they get jobs after leaving? While these questions are important in an analogy to input substitution in agriculture, I think they also remain somewhat locked into the system that is, rather than the system as it could be. So for example, we can equip them with all the skill sets to be employable in the current job market, but what is the university's role also in creating agroecological jobs? So a more ambitious agenda then would require us to go a bit further. And on the assumption, cueing Freire, that transformative action needs transformative thought, we can start with a set of questions about epistemology, by which I mean the interrogating questions of knowledge, knowledge systems, and how those relate to power. So for example, we can ask about whose voices and expertises are centered in our food systems curricula, and by the same token, whose are made to be absent. What kinds of knowledge production do we validate and value in our universities? And again, this is not only students, although they're very important and central, but also amongst our entirety of workers, our adjuncts, our lecturers, our tenure track faculty, whose knowledge is typically valued differentially by virtue of their positions in this, in the academic pecking order. How does this valorization then get translated into material support for diverse knowledge systems? So as I'm sure you're well aware, we have DEI, JEDI, EID, all the acronyms, but do we talk a big game about diversity, equity, inclusion, but create big carve-outs for shiny new data science centers, but we assume that the agroecological programs can somehow go fund me? And finally, on this point, do we teach critical competencies that don't just allow students to clamber up this ladder of meritocratic success, but also give them insight into how colonial thought became institutionalized in the modern university system, into a concept of science, into how the concept of science as universal, as neutral, and apolitical co-evolved with the elaboration of modern capitalism, and into how knowledge hierarchies exist to prop up this ladder of upward mobility that we assume everyone must climb towards success. And finally, those epistemological interventions bring us to where, I think Jyoti's not here, but she just evoked this beautiful image earlier of dancing in the Amazon, and the frequencies were otherworldly, and that otherworldly nature of being, existing outside of what Vanessa Andreotti calls the house that coloniality built, is to understand that there is very nice ontology, cosmovision we have of Western science, but there are other ways of knowing that are outside of its structures, its walls, its windows, and opening up to that is deeply destabilizing, but I think also where the university needs to be open, where it needs to go. Indigenous communities, I think they are responsible for being custodians of about 80% of the world's biodiversity. So understanding that asymmetry and how much recognition, and not just recognition, but also power indigenous communities have to maintain their ways of life is fundamental for a transformative practice. I don't think it's all about the thought. I think we also need mass mobilizations and building power for social change, but I would love to talk more at a later date over wine about what that coalition and organizing looks like. But I also think that agroecology, as it has always had this kind of triad rootedness in science, practice, and movement, offers us a really generative terrain for that work to not just begin, but expand and take off.
I told you it was a powerful panel. Colin, I would like you to take this gentleman with the hat. And then Colin also asked me, and I think it's really important, if there are any farmers in the room that would like to ask a question or make a comment after you, we would welcome that.
Very good. Thank you for the question and amazing work. A brief comment and then question. And the comment is for people in the room, but especially your viewers online. We have to fight for every dollar when it comes to research. Currently, there are a couple of bills in DC. One is HR 2720, which is to fund more organic research. The bill only has about 7 co-sponsors right now. It's in part of the Farm Bill. It's a marker bill, so I would certainly urge people, reach out to your House representative. It's worth fighting for. A challenge or question from a university funding perspective, is there a creative way to put a limit on the amount of research that gets funded by the large corporations? I know universities rely on some of these dollars, but we also know that it skews the outcome. And I would also add that in addition to perhaps limiting those dollars, that you also give more credit. The universities give more credit to their people doing research, their professors, their associates, their TAs, for doing creative research as they strive to support their tenure. So it sounds like the panel is saying universities have a lot of learning to do and perhaps a lot of restructuring on how they make dollars go far. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. And any farmers? Farmer voices?
Yeah, so just a quick one. I trained as an extension officer, and when we were in college, a crop science master couldn't make a cowpea farm, but a laborer could do that. And you know, when it rains, the laborer tells you spray. So that was conventional farming anyway. And the crop science master looks at the weather and says that because it's raining, you don't spray. But the laborer sprayed and continued to spray, and he made a crop. And so at the end of the day, we're asking ourselves, who is really the crop science master? Is it the laborer or the master who couldn't really make a crop? You know, and so I just want to find out what roles are indigenous experts playing in our education. Do we value their knowledge? And do we integrate them? In Ghana, there was a traditional healer, and was awarded the doctorate certificate, you know, because he was doing a lot of healing, you know. So I just want to find out, especially when we are talking about agroecology, we cannot run away from traditional knowledge. And what is the role of these traditional experts? I don't know whether we have some in Vermont, and what role are they going to play in the Institute? Thank you. But this is a real farmer.
This one right there. All right.
Thank you, Willie. Jane, you want to comment on that?
Well, I actually am sitting here looking at my colleague Batamaka Some, who leads our work in West Africa, and thinking of Michelle's comment about how do we, if we do get more funding to support this kind of research, what does it look like and what are the requirements? And the program that I work with, since before my time, made a strong commitment to doing participatory and collaborative research with farmers, with NGOs, extension, community people, and with scientists. And in West Africa, several years ago, we made our first grant to a farmer organization. And that was work that Batamaka led. And it was, there was a whole experience and story around that you can tell much better than I, but I don't know if we have time to, like, a minute or two on that. Is that okay? Or do we need to end? 1 minute.
1 minute, okay. So I'll go straight to it. So, as you know, conventional research think that researchers, as the specialists, they come and they do research and they draw the knowledge and then they publish articles. We work with farmers and we realize that they are the ones who give the information. They are the ones who know the information. They are the ones who observe the realities and development on the field. So the farmers were then sub-granted by the research institutions. When we observed this process or this dynamic, we said that, okay, why don't we try to give them a small grant, a research grant, so that they would now give a subcontract to the researchers and others. Well, at that time, people thought we were crazy. But you know that sometimes when you are crazy, you get to solutions. This is what we did. And we got amazing solutions. Yes, this farmer organization, which is in Niger, about 20,000 members, did a great job. And they've been using urine as a fertilizer. I have only 1 minute. I know I'm past it. But the urine is used as a fertilizer. At the beginning, it was very difficult because people would say, how do you use urine to fertilize pearl millet and then consume it? So they went through some social processes, convincing the religious leaders, customary leaders, and then the community. And the name urine was creating a blockage. Then they found a very smart word. Because the area is sharing a border with Nigeria where they speak Hausa from both sides. And in Nigeria, when they want to say my boss, they say Oga. During one meeting, a woman said that, an elderly woman said that, you know what? From my observation with the urine, the use of urine, I realized that actually urine is the boss of the fertilizers. It is Oga. It is the boss. So since that day, nobody uses urine there. They use Oga. And Oga is doing great. And then they are now using it as a pesticide. They're increasing. There are so many things around that. And yeah, I can stop there. So we are very happy we dared. And then we also funded another farmer organization in Burkina Faso. And they are making headways. Thanks.
So we are at our time, and I want to be respectful. It's been a long day for some of us, a long afternoon for some of you. So I just want to end with deep gratitude to my panelists, Michelle, Jane, Maiwa, Helda, muchas gracias. Thank you so much, and thank you to all of you.
Is this on? Yes, it is. All right, everybody, that concludes the panel discussions and the formal part of the agenda. We now welcome you to have some food at the back. There's a cash bar over there and water and other kinds of drinks that you might be interested in having. So thanks again, everybody. Enjoy some time together celebrating our time together here and the launch of the Institute. Thank you.